All right, it's time to do a show because, I'm bored. How are you guys? Hope you're well. Hope everybody's having a great day. Hope that you guys have something to look forward to tomorrow, being Valentine's Day and all. Hope you're not all lonely and sad. And if you are lonely and sad, watch a funny movie. It'll make you feel better. I'm okay. Phoebe tried to kill me last night. I went into my bedroom and she basically tripped me and I ended up falling against the footboard of the bed really hard. But otherwise, I'm well. It's not too horrible. Just like, why is my cat trying to kill me again? I thought we was buddies. I thought we was friends. But yeah, she tried to kill me. Before the show, Shio, thank you so much for becoming a member. Says, thank you, Pumpkin Trucker, for the membership. Also, I'm actually diagnosed with EDS. It's what that blue-haired chick from last night claimed she had. We're not all Marge Simpson look-alike freaks. That has really, Shio, you kind of shattered my illusions there, because I always pictured you as Marge Simpson, and now you're telling me that's not true. I'm a little bit sad right now. Tyra, thank you. When we were gone, said I missed your show due to sleep, but my birthday was on the 13th of February. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tyra. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Hope you had a good one. Really, really do. Hi, Nuts. How you doing, sweetie? Man. Okay, so I was going to do a regular show. I was sitting here, minding my own business, fucking around on Twitter, watching Jen Psaki on with Jon Stewart. You know what? Let's just kind of desensitize you to seeing her face here by, showing it. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know how the folks over at Jon Stewart's podcast feel about this kind of thing. So this show may go down. If it does, it'll be over on Rumble. Why? Because we have to, Libra. But Jen Psaki said something so dumb, I stopped and I made a post on Twitter about it. And then I started the video again, and she says something even dumber. And I was like, fuck, I'm wasting good content. I need to watch this live. Thank you, Nuts, for becoming a member for month number 20. Thank you. Thank you. No Valentines, but am not sad. I'm sure we have plenty of people here who would be your Valentine. Everybody loves Nuts. And thank you. This is going to be so fucking hard. Jack will be here, guys. He's finishing up some real life stuff, and then he'll be here. But until then, I have to try to read this stuff myself. Thank you. How do you say that? I know it's not sane, which is what it looks like. That's like Irish, right? So it's probably pronounced like Pikawa or something like that, because you guys have weird ways of pronouncing shit. Thank you so much. Says, love Phoebe while she's here. Just lost my 1-year-old kitten Tommy today from bladder issues. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. Trust me, Phoebe gets all the love in the world. I couldn't even be mad at her. So after she trips me and puts me in horrible pain, she lays at the foot of my bed where my legs normally go, which she never lays there. It was like she was mad at me and trying to punish me. And since she was on the blankets, I couldn't pull them up. So to get covered all the way, I had to slink down in my bed more. That's how spoiled my cat is. She tried to kill me, and I still made concessions for her. Yes, F in chat for Tommy, guys. Man, it sucks. That sucks. I still remember when Patches died. I'm still traumatized by that. All right. So Jen here has come on to Jon Stewart's show, and in true monkey fashion, I've watched a couple of minutes of this. And I'll be honest with you, this is an hour long. There's a good chance that halfway through, I'm just going to be like, yeah, this is boring. I don't care anymore. But we have to get at least through the first part. I guess we should just jump into it. I am starting 4 minutes in. All you missed was Jon Stewart making a bad analogy about how the Democrats are like the New York Giants, because they both suck. And I mean, I guess there's a thing to be made there, but he's trying to tie it to the Super Bowl, which sure. Look, the Super Bowl, that we haven't talked about the Super Bowl on the show. Horrible game. I don't even care who won. I mean, congrats to the Eagles. I'm a fan of Jalen Hurts. I think that guy is way underrated as a quarterback. And I'm not unhappy that they won. I was pulling for the Chiefs, but if somebody else had to win and it couldn't be the Chargers, I'm okay with it being the Eagles. But that game was boring as fuck. It was so boring. We haven't had a Super Bowl that boring in like more than a decade. We've had so many of them that come down to. We really shouldn't expect it the way that we've come to, because it's not really that common. Not in the long distance of the Super Bowl, but to have one that goddamn boring, damn. Thank you, Chicago Mike. I need a bath of. Oh my god. Okay. I need a bottle of sake before listening to Saki. Well played indeed. Chiefs offensive line played like trash. I don't think you can even say they played, Bullseye. And credit to who put all of the blame on himself. You know, like, that starts with me. Like, nope, that was not you, dude. Your receivers couldn't catch the balls you did get to them. The 2 turnovers, I mean, one of them was definitely his fault. The other one was, he was getting hit as he threw the ball. But that wasn't the problem. He's had interceptions in games before. This man was running for his life the whole time. And according to him, and I haven't gone through and done the whole count, but there were only 2 blitzes in that whole game coming from the Eagles. So just their front 4 were causing all that havoc. That is not a problem with him. That is a problem with his offensive line. Anyway, sorry. Thank you, Frank, who says, yeah, I'm lonely on Singles Awareness Day. To add insult to injury, I'm a Giants fan meeting up with a buddy to see the Eagles parade tomorrow. I'm hoping to get some good photos, good for Saquon, but to hell with the Eagles. The Giants have been sucking. Saquon wasn't even really a big factor in the game. The Chiefs defense actually played a decent game until the last quarter when they were fucking tired. Hey Jack, how you doing, my friend?
Oh no, I'm here. How you doing?
I'm here. Thank you, Dark Conservatarian. Thank you so very much. Speaking of the Super Bowl, the Kendrick fans have been going crazy over the fact that anyone would criticize his halftime show. I swear, a lot of them must have an idol of him they pray to every night. I mean, this happens with most Super Bowls because not everybody can agree on the halftime. And I'm going to be honest, I did not watch. I don't give a shit about Kendrick Lamar, so I wasn't even in the room when that was going on. But most years, I'm not a fan of the Super Bowl halftime, so I mostly just spend my time irritating people who were a fan of it. Because I'm a dick, Jack.
Yeah, well, most of the time they're stupid, and I'm pretty sure he was lip syncing.
And thank you, Shio. So does Taylor Swift switch teams now and get her tush push by Hurts? Well, she wasn't getting pushed by Mahomes, so I don't. Who is the tight end for the Eagles? I'm not sure who that is. Get her rear brotherly shoved and shake it off. Wow. Wow.
There's a blank space there from what I heard.
Yeah, she famously got booed, and they caught her on the Jumbotron as she's getting booed, realizing that she was the one getting booed. It's kind of fucked up, really. Funny, but kind of fucked up. I don't give a shit about Taylor Swift being at football games and stuff any more than I can. I was more annoyed that who's that unfunny, weird-looking guy whose dad died in 9/11 and claims to be a comedian on Saturday Night Live? Pete Davidson. That's his name.
Oh, yeah.
He was there, and they kept showing him on TV. I'm like, ugh. I get that his daddy uncle died at 9/11, and so, there's that. But other than that, he's not funny, and he's ugly.
But he seems to pull in a lot of really up and coming, moderately attractive women for some reason.
You mean a guy with access to Saturday Night Live is pulling mid puss?
I know. I was shocked too.
Anyway,
that dude is a troglodyte.
All of that shit aside, we're here for a watch party, so this is going to take us a little while, as is custom. And yeah, so you missed Jon Stewart making his, not you, Jack, but the audience as well, because I just skipped it. Him making his weird analogy about the Giants and the Democrats both sucking. And then they get into the show itself.
Let me begin with a rather intemperate question.
Okay, I'm ready.
What the fuck is going on here?
I was hoping you were going to tell me.
Oh.
As I've watched what little of this I've watched, because Jack, I've only watched like maybe 5 minutes of this. I can't get over how enamored she clearly is with him throughout this. It's a little bit disgusting. I know he's like a big liberal icon and shit, but you were the fucking press secretary and you're fangirling?
They revere him for because everybody thinks they're funny like Jon Stewart. That he's a big lefty hero because he's the funny guy and everybody adores him or some nonsense. I don't really understand it myself, but they do love him.
Look, John, I don't know about your personal life, but if you were looking for a hit it and quit it, Psaki is your woman. She might even let you circle back a couple times.
Oh, I bet you she'd let you circle back.
I'm just saying.
Right in the pooper.
I'm sorry. Let me check my notes. You were presser. You were inside the guts of a White House. Mm-hmm. You saw how the sausage is made inside the White House.
Yeah.
You saw the pace of newsmaking. You saw the pace of executive actions. Tell us, cadence-wise, tempo-wise, what are you seeing as the differences between this president's first? How long has he been president? 10 years now, Trump? But how long has this been?
10 and a half years to 3 weeks.
It's been
somewhere between 3 weeks to 10 and a half.
You're carrying the joke on a little too long, and it's not even a funny joke. I'm just throwing that out there.
She really wants the cock.
Now, I don't remember what her answer is, but I will say this. Trump's tempo has been unprecedented. It doesn't matter. You go all the way back to Clinton, where we first get the 100 days nonsense. Or maybe that was Obama. I forget which one gives it to us. Got to get stuff done in the first 100 days. Even first 100 days. We're not even at that, man. We're like at 21 days, and he's done more than most presidents do in their first full year. Because he's doing what he said he was going to do. And a lot of it he's been able to do because it's just undoing executive orders. Yeah. Stuff that doesn't have to be done through Congress. Anyway, I mean, for the record, Joe did a lot of shit, but we didn't pay attention to it because the press was like, the people will get mad if we tell them about that. Shh. But certainly on the scale of the media blitz about it, it's off the fucking charts. Anyhow.
2.5 years.
It's been 3 weeks.
What I like that he said, it's been 3 weeks. Like, he's like, stop with the joke. It wasn't that funny. Maybe I'm reading too much into that.
What are you seeing about just purely?
What's your take on that? Is that not him shutting down her going too far with his dumb joke?
Oh, absolutely. He's like, all right, reel it in, honey.
It's been 3 weeks. Stop it. You crazy.
Pull your boobs out. Nobody cares.
Tits out. Tits out for Harambe.
That's right.
All right.
On pace, what are we dealing with?
Well, by pace, I mean, I think the amount of activity and movement is a lot, right? But
that was them freezing, not me, which is going to make, with my internet being shit, a real hard time to watch this. Sorry about that. I just had to clarify. Anyway.
I would like to point out that she's talking about Trump being hard.
Well, she's easy, so everything seems hard.
I think the amount of activity and movement is a lot, right? But it's that kind of movement. I think what is...
The question was, as an insider, how do you see this pace? And her answer, it's a lot. That's why MSNBC pays her the big bucks, Jack.
Yeah, well, she's probably the only real talent they have over there, so that's saying something.
I feel like calling her talent is being generous to the point of fault, my friend.
Look, man, they've redefined lots of words. Why not talent?
Fair.
Very different, to state the obvious, is the absolute gutting of agencies and civil servants and people who have worked in government for decades. That's not something obviously we did or any Democratic or Republican administration has done.
So the
Democratic Republican, is she fucking Jefferson?
I think she's talking about communist Americans. Remember, democracy is all they talk about, and they don't give a fuck about democracy.
Why is she smiling? Because she has a heart on right now. Yeah, the pace of she says that like that. Oh, these are people who've worked in government for decades. Have you seen our government?
Oh, they don't care. Government is holy to them. I mean, you're talking like if the Pope started firing cardinals kind of thing. This is a sacred cow for them.
I've seen this over and over again, though. Like these people have been there for a long time, and they weren't fired yet. These people are incompetent
and useless. A lot of them might be competent at whatever nonsense they're doing, but what they're doing is nonsense. So they need to go. But they don't understand government bloat. They don't believe that there is such a thing as a wasted department in government. All bureaucracy is good to these people. It is sacrosanct.
The premise right now is democracy was on the ballot, right, for this election. And so if that's the case, democracy got its ass kicked. Ironically,
I mean, yeah, if you honestly believe democracy was on the ballot and that meant that only Kamala could win and we'd have democracy, then yes, it got its ass kicked. But the notion that democracy was on the ballot was stupid to begin with. And we're going to get into this a little bit further, Jack. This is going to be what inspired this show. I told the audience, I'm not sure how far into this we're actually going to watch. My goal is to do the whole thing, but if they get too boring, I'll just turn it off.
Yeah.
But the part coming up,
very thing.
Go ahead, bud.
Unfortunately, that is the problem, is their word substitution. When they say democracy, they mean bureaucracy.
Well, that would be great if the Trump campaign, the Trump people, Elon, if they would come out, you should coin that phrase and put it on a t-shirt. Bureaucracy was on the ballot. And if how many more people would have voted for Trump if that had been his slogan?
Right.
But no, it's not that, Jack. Wait for this.
That it said was on the ballot, democracy. He won the election. He got the popular vote. They kept the Senate. They kept the House. The idea right now that I'm hearing
took the Senate and kept the House. I know. Small difference, but it is important that, because they were like, Donald Trump is hurting all these down ballot people. And yet they took the Senate.
Most from the Democrats is he is eroding our democracy. And there are procedural.
I need somebody to explain that to me. I really do. How has Trump done anything so far? Anything that erodes democracy? Just a reminder that democracy simply means popular vote. That's it.
No, not their definition. That's my point, is that by changing the definition of democracy to effectively bureaucrats and communism, he is eroding democracy.
I mean, I guess I could see it from that perspective, but that's not what democracy means. None of the people.
What is a woman?
None of the people that have been fired from the government or have been furloughed or have taken buyouts, which a judge for some reason decided to stop today. None of these people were voted for. Like, that's what democracy, you're literally talking about bureaucrats. These are DEI bureaucrats. What the fuck? But Jack, they're going to explain it. Don't worry.
No,
Several ways by which he is doing that, not honoring separation of powers.
With the exception, and I will give them this, Donald Trump in his buyout offered to buy these people out through September, which technically that money has to be appropriated by Congress because the current budget runs out in March and the new fiscal year starts. So if you want to claim that he violated the separation of powers there, maybe you have a tiny point, but none of the other shit has been about that. None of it has been. The Democrats are the ones who did this. Just give a shit ton of money to these executive agencies and let them decide how that money is spent, which means that the president gets to decide how that money is spent. That's not Trump eroding the separation of power. That's those pussies in Congress that did it because they refused to do their job. But anyway, sorry. You guys know how this is going to be. I should let this play a lot more than I do, but when I hear stupid shit, I can't help but stop and point it out and hopefully laugh at it.
My argument is also that democracy is eroded by the people not feeling that it's agile.
Yeah.
Democracy is eroded by the people not feeling. I don't even know what the fuck he was trying to say. Can you suss that one out for me?
Government's too big? I don't know. I got nothing. That was some weird statement. None of these people know the definition of the words they're using because they're using the newspeak.
How many of you in the audience, give me a 1 if you believe, if you've ever sat down and thought, I like democracy, but it's not very agile.
We need to up its dexterity so we can get a better roll. I have no fucking idea. Stupid old man and slutty you changeling really aren't helping here.
Well, you know what it is? We're just too dumb, Jack.
Yeah, we're the dumb ones here. Gotcha.
Or responding to your needs. Is that what has put us in this situation? Did people vote on democracy being too analog in this digital world, not responding agilely enough? And now...
Quickly. You mean quickly, not agile. Agility and quickness are two different things.
But agility is tied to dexterity, and dexterity sounds a lot like democracy. So I think he was playing D&D earlier.
Thank you, Culture Krill, for that feminist $12. The governmental fiscal year starts on October 1st, not April 1st. At least that is the way it was when I was in the Army 20 years ago. It could have changed since then. The way that they do the budget now isn't a full year-long budget. So I don't know if they've actually changed when they decide that the year is done, or if it's just that that's the end of the quarter that they've allotted the money for, and we'll have to have another one. We need another continuing resolution. All I know is it's the end of March that they're bitching, saying, hey, you can't do that because we don't have the money. We haven't appropriated that money yet. Anyhow, yeah, I hate when people try to sound smarter than they are. People don't think democracy is agile. You mean fast. You meant fast. Stop trying to sound smart.
Now, by going through this real executive unitary kind of reordering of constitutional powers, is he doing the people's bidding? Is he doing this thing that will make democracy? How do you process that?
Well, one of the ways I process.
One of the ways you could process it before Jenny here gets to her dumbass answer is to use the proper wording. And your question basically boils down to it, is Trump giving the people what they want quickly? And yes. Is he reordering democracy? No, not at all. But what he is doing is based on Obama and then Biden. They're the ones who remember Obama with his, I have a pen and a telephone. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
I can do what I want. I'm the president king.
Obama really thought he was like a king.
And we tried warning these assholes. Stop doing this shit. Stop. The president isn't supposed to have powers like this. And they were like, go do it.
Yeah, because they hated Bush so much. They were prepared to hand over any level of power to Obama. He was their Jesus. He makes like the Kennedy fans from the 60s look like a bunch of like hardcore Republican, midnight state people where we got to reduce the size of government. No. These people loved Obama, worshipped him. And Jon Stewart's one of those acolytes.
And then with Biden, they hated Trump so much. He's like, I'm going to do more than Obama did. And they were like, yes, do it. You have to go in there and on day one, undo all of the things that have been working.
Yeah. Why do we have inflation? Must be Trump's fault. And I got a couple here. Hang on. Thank you, Travis Gardner. Midwit versus dimwit. Yeah, look, she's going to use her changeling powers. I'm not sure. But Jon Stewart's not as smart as he thinks he is. I don't think he's stupid, but he's definitely not as smart as he thinks he is.
To that point, I don't think he's dumb. I think he's desperately trying to make a filet mignon out of a shit sandwich.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's the problem with a lot of these elitists, though. They can never admit that a mistake was made or that they made an error in judgment. It's always somebody else's fault.
The irony of what you just said is going to be so fun in a few minutes.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. And thank you, Evolved Potato. Something that I found out is that Trump's buyout has some precedent from one of their favorite sexual deviants, Bill Clinton.
Yes.
Congress passed a bill that makes this all within Trump's power. Well, as usual, the Democrats have no forethought because they never think they're going to lose again. They think every time they've got power, it should be theirs forever. And Republicans have the same problem, but Democrats view it as like a holy mandate that their bloodlines be in charge at all times.
That's why they're focusing so hard on the amount of money and when the money runs out. Because they've already approved of this kind of shit. All right, we're coming to the part that inspired all of this.
Oh, she looks like she's halfway there too.
Democracy. How do you process that?
Well, one of the ways I process it is that I feel like when Democrats, and including people who are on television in a variety of ways, were saying things like,
"Thank you.
Authoritarianism is under threat and democracy is on the ballot."
Mm-hmm.
Authoritarianism is under threat, is what she just said.
That might be the most honest statement we've heard out of these people.
But anyway, I got to back that up because we have to have this in its full glory.
Thank you.
Authoritarianism is under threat and democracy is on the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
I think we were misspeaking in a manner that was so academic in Ivory Tower. It wasn't talking about a lot of the things people actually care about.
Democracy is on the ballot is academic and Ivory Tower. That's how fucking retarded they think you are.
Yeah, they are so smart and educated that your dumb plebeian brain can't process it.
You can't understand the phrase democracy is on the ballot.
I mean, how could they? They're a bunch of flyover state rubes who only know how to do surf-like tasks.
This is the part where I had to pause it to go over to Twitter and go, do you know what this bitch just said? Because seriously, how fucking up your own ass do you have to be to think One, the whole democracy on the ballot is not deep. It was shallow as fuck. And we had already had Trump before, so we knew that all of your nonsense about he's going to be a dictator for life was bullshit. That was the problem. It wasn't that you were just using language that people couldn't understand or misusing the word agility. It was that you guys were saying stupid shit.
You just don't understand their greatness, Monkey. If you knew how smart and educated and just sophisticated these people were, you would never, ever question them again. You would be out there campaigning for their vote. You're doing whatever you had to save democracy from those evil, evil other people.
Democracy is on the ballot is academic ivory tower language.
Yeah.
Balls on this guy.
It's too smart.
All right, but she's not done saying that same stupid shit.
So I don't know that people voted against democracy. I think they voted.
They weren't voting against democracy. Only the people stupid enough to believe democracy was on the ballot were voting with democracy in mind at all. Everybody else was looking at shit like, I can't afford groceries.
Well, see, that's part of their small-mindedness. If they were part of the elite, they would have more money. But your small-mindedness about immediate subjects like I'm poor, I'm trying to eat, that's just short-sighted thinking from one of the many nameless minions that does their tasks. What are they called? Slaves.
The press told us in response to people being murdered that illegals were being vilified.
They were. I mean, somebody called them a murderer. They were just redistributing life essence.
Redistributing oxygen.
In some ways against protection of status quo and kind of the disconnected academic ivory tower elite language that
it's elite language, Jack.
Look, to them, everybody is just a number that isn't one of their chosen. If you're part of the elites like these people, then you're sophisticated and better than everybody else. Everybody else is just a fucking number. So you're too stupid because you're just a number. You're a faceless rube who's not going to go anywhere, and they have to dumb everything down because they are sophisticated. They are better than you, and they talk about that all the time. How they're the ones that disseminate the facts.
Is too often used by Democrats, sometimes on cable television. And I'm just being honest. I'm being honest. No, that was one of my takeaways after the election was like, cross authoritarianism and oligarchy out of every script. Nobody talks.
Guys are too goddamn dumb to understand the term authoritarian. Just because we all learned about it, with World War II classes, when we learned about World War II and history and stuff, y'all just didn't get it the way that she does. You're too stupid, so she's got to start talking to you rubes in your own language and talking about wrestling and beer and banging your sister.
Yeah, I mean, these are people that are clutching to their guns and Bibles. Yes. They don't understand complicated ideas like authoritarianism. That's why they fall into the sway of these Hitler-esque dictators that aren't them.
The fucking nerve of this bitch.
Oh, now it's not just nerve; it's arrogance.
Sure, and you know what? I've decided I have to stop calling myself arrogant because I keep running into people like this, and I'm like, fuck.
Right?
This is not a joke when I tell you guys this. I cannot pass a reflective surface without looking at myself. I am literally a narcissist by the definition of where we get that word.
This is why Monkey will never be a vampire.
It's why I can't go to crystal clear lakes and stare in it. I will drown.
Monkey almost escaped Jason Voorhees, but then they ran by the lake.
I am that fucking arrogant and in love with myself. And these people make me go, God damn.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. These people are so into themselves. They're so far down that rabbit hole. They honestly believe they are better than you. It's not a joke. They really think that. They think that you are, if they don't know who you are, you do not matter.
Lesser Logic says, we know. I know you do, and some people do understand that I'm not kidding, but I really am as arrogant as I say. Some people go online and put on an arrogant thing, and then in real life, they're pussies who couldn't even talk to a girl if they were paid to. I'm as arrogant as I seem. I promise you that. All right. Anyway. Oh.
This way.
I need to pause right there because this is where I stopped and made my tweet. And what's coming up next is where I stopped and was like, fuck this, we're going to do the show.
Hey, that's the face I would get from her, too.
All right.
Eye contact, bitch. Eye contact.
I don't think that's the only thing, but I do think looking back at the election, one of the outcomes, I hope people who are not thrilled.
Real quick, Jen, before you get to the point that annoyed me enough to do this show, you guys were using that same rhetoric of democracy is on the ballot and all that nonsense in 2020. Why did it work then? Anyone want to take that for her? She's going to circle back to it, I'm sure. But you can't sit there and say that the problem was we used the rhetoric we used that worked last time. Assuming, of course, you believe that they won. But you know what I mean? They're not logical people. These ivory tower elite academics are fucking retarded.
Yeah, but
anyway,
they huff their own farts, dude. They believe their own bullshit. When you go to college now, they talk about how smart and educated you are when you come out because you know about all these fake genders and bullshit like that. They believe it. They believe their own hype.
Michael says it didn't. They cheated. And you believe that, but I guarantee you Jen Psaki would not answer that way. Cryptic, thank you so much. Monk drowned himself kissing the water's reflection. Damn, Skippy. I am the only man I could be gay with, so sorry.
By the Trump administration, which is a whole lot of people take away, is that Democrats and people running weren't talking to a large swath of the country. They were kind of talking to a small group of people, progressives. They were talking to people who were primarily focused on things that were, in my view, more academic than they were real issues.
What?
Yeah, see, they were looking at this nebulous big picture that your tiny little brain could process, Republicans. So they were just being too smart. They were talking to people like David Pakman, who are our moral betters and intellectual superiors. But instead of talking to like the regular Joe on the street Republican voter who's just like derp, derp, derp everywhere they go.
Yeah, that's how she sees them.
Oh, yeah.
But
that's how a lot of them are.
I reject the notion that anything they were arguing for was academic. They were arguing for shit like, you know, men playing women's sports.
Yeah, but see, that's just so far out of your strata because you don't understand that there are more than one or more than two genders.
In all seriousness, give me one fucking thing that they argued for that is academic in nature.
Oh, nothing. But these people are professional propagandists who huff their own farts on an hourly basis. Nothing you say is going to convince them that they aren't the smartest people in the room. So clearly, it must have been something only the educated and sophisticated could possibly understand. Because the rest of you are just dummy-dums who didn't learn the right things or never went to college.
For the record, she's right that they were talking to a small group of people, but it wasn't these absolute brain children out there, the smartest of the smart. No, you were talking to people who believe in delusion. That can't accurately define what a fucking woman is.
Have you ever talked to anybody that's in a cult? Because this is how they think. They are more enlightened somehow than everybody around them. They have the keys to the kingdom. They know some arcane secret that you don't, because they are in some way the chosen people. It's the same mentality we're hearing from her. It is very much brainwashing.
Can I point out how annoying this is? We had really cool news today. I mean, kind of cool. They've identified Jack the Ripper, Jack.
They've been saying that before.
No.
I'm not buying it.
This is pretty much it.
Kosminski, I don't know, man. Yeah, they got some DNA off a scarf. Chain of custody.
Do you know the chance of his DNA ending up on that scarf and him being one of the suspects from that long ago? I mean, they weren't even sure that scarf or shawl, you have to use the proper terminology, was even hers. And it all just happens to point to his great grandniece, or they track it to his great grandniece. It's him. It's him.
Well, they were trying to get him anyway. So he was a local nut that was known to the police. Like he was a psychotic. So I don't know. I have to look more into it, but I'm not prepared to say it was definitively Kosminski. Maybe he was jerking off on stranger shawls. Because he was known lover of the prostitutes.
German Ortega, well, he actually had a known hatred for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
the guy who killed prostitutes. German Ortega, thank you. Has anyone really been for, even as decided to use, okay, am I reading this wrong? Help me out here, bud.
Has anyone really been far enough as decided to use even go what to do more like?
I'm not being mean here. I don't don't make another donation. Thank you for the donation. Let me know what you meant in the comments there. And over on the Streamlabs, A's and O's are really hard for my eyes to pick up now, Jack. So for and far look basically identical to me. Thank you, Greta Thunberg. The left worshiped me after I dropped out of school at 13. Wasn't she 15? But they think Big Brains is an idiot after he created an algorithm to read burnt up parchment from Pompeii. Oh, big balls, not big brains. Thank you. Okay. Wait, Big Balls came up with stuff to read the parchment from Pompeii?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he created like a program that could read the text.
I knew it had been done. I just didn't realize it was him.
Yeah, he was on that team.
On the team, yeah. Anyhow, I'm just fucking with you. Oh, okay. You ain't fucking with Jack because he's the one that had to read it. All right. I believe we're coming to the part that made me just go, oh, fuck this bitch. Here we come.
What part in your mind was academic? I want to get, is it they were talking civics when they
one, I do want to give John credit for here because that is a great follow-up. What part was academic? Because frankly, nothing they said was academic. There was no deep philosophical discussion going on the Democrat side. It was just Trump sucks. Trump's bad man. Trump, you hate him, right? We hate him, so you have to. So good on John for the follow-up. And it was her answer that made that actually inspired us.
Academic. I want to get, is it they were talking civics when they should have been talking something that was more directly impacting people's lives?
Yes. So
yep, that was the academic part. They were talking civics, elections. They were talking about how there'd never be another election, and you guys are too goddamn dumb to understand what never having another election means. They are so up their own ass. That was, look, again, good on him for trying to clarify, but he's the one that throws out the idea of civics being this deep, what was it? Elite academic ivory tower language. It's civics. This is simple shit we all learn in our primary schools.
No, they tried to teach you pathetic rubes that, but your understanding is so surface level of just how important the government is to your life. You just don't know, man. You didn't go to college. See, that's the mentality we're working with here.
Jesus fuck.
I think the threat of fascism is a huge issue. The threat of authoritarianism, huge issue. This guy's an aspiring dictator. His words, not mine.
You dirty lying bitch. He was actually making fun of you guys for calling him a dictator and said, I'm not going to be a dictator. Actually, I'll be a dictator on the first day only.
Look, jokes are the role of the sophisticated like Jon Stewart, not amateurs like Orange Man Hitler.
He was literally mocking you people. And his words, not mine.
Nope. You don't understand. Trump's not allowed to make jokes. So he was super serial.
This is where we get to the disconnect between how smart they think they are and how dumb they actually are in real life. Because
that's an ongoing problem.
You guys put that out there all over. Donald Trump said he's going to be a dictator. He said he's going to be a dictator. He said it on day one. He's going to be a dictator.
These things that they must be literal. We have to take them literal because Orange Man said, because everybody that's dumber than them only speaks literally.
But then this is 2024, not 2012 or 1998. We can go, oh, he said that. Let me go see. It's not that we weren't smart enough to get what dictator meant. It's that we were smart enough to understand he was making a joke at your expense, you redheaded freak.
Well, Monkey, you're not allowed to do your own research.
I don't have a lab, so yeah.
Oh, real fast. Thank you, Hoko, for that feminist donation. The left hate Trump for being a convicted felon because of bookkeeping labeling was wrong. Now they're actively fighting against auditing the treasury and finding out where the money is going because it's not labeled correctly. Yes, process crimes only affect people they don't like. See, the conviction, if you go look at the old Soviet style, they would actively propagandize against somebody, convict them of nonsense crimes, and then say, why are you listening to this criminal? That's exactly what they're doing. It's an old Soviet technique. But they only make honest mistakes. Everybody else does sinister ones.
How much of a freak do you think she is? Well, in the bedroom, not at all. She's a missionary only kind of gal. I'm positive.
I bet she lays there like a sack of wheat and expects you to do all the work.
Anyway, that was the part that made me go, no, I have to talk about that. And not even her comment about Trump, just I think fascism is a thing and authoritarian, it's very dangerous. And you think we're too dumb to understand that.
Yes.
You're doubling down that those are the words that are just too ivory fucking tower for us to get.
Yeah. We're all a bunch of dummies. Real quick though, thank you, Cryptic. As a white adjacent, I apologize for being so white. My slanted eyes and tan skin make me so privileged. I should suck on the tit of the Democrats forever. Forgive me, daddy and mommy donkeys. Well, Cryptic, you may be welcomed back into the fold eventually, but you will always be white adjacent as needed by their constant disparagement of your people and their ability to do math.
Thank you, Dangerous. Your party tried to remove Trump from the ballot, jail him, bankrupt him, maybe kill him. Then you installed Kamala as your candidate. Maybe people thought you were lying about democracy on the ballot. Yeah, I mean, but no, it's just they weren't smart enough to understand it. And
right?
I will give it to her for Democrats. I mean, these are people who did repeat the mantra of democracy's on the ballot while supporting a candidate that nobody voted for.
Yeah, well, it depends on your definition of democracy, doesn't it?
Adebisi, thank you. For as far as he ran, Oh, just somebody trying to fuck with me with the thing. Hang on just a second. Gotta get it loaded over here. Wow, it doesn't want to load up. There we go. Thank you, out of BC. For as far as he ran, for far and for near, for every far place he searched for more. Just for the record, out of BC, it's much easier for me to read Streamlabs because it has a dark background. Nice try, though. All right.
Hang on. Thank you, Frank. I can never tell if these people are the fucking retarded or just that disingenuous, aka full of shit. Yes. A lot of them are retarded, but they can also be full of shit.
They really do believe that they are just that much smarter and that everybody else just was too stupid. All you care about is your empty little stomachs. Weren't you thinking about the long-term effects that this is going to have on the country?
Yeah, I believe they phrase it as the greater good.
Yeah. All right.
All of those are huge issues. I also think Liz Cheney is very heroic.
Wait, what? How did that?
What? Jack, she talked, which I guess can be heroic if you're in a place where speaking can get you killed or something, but
anybody that stands up to the orange Hitler is very heroic. He will seek retribution.
Yeah, somebody might have called her a fat turd on Twitter because of her stance.
Body shaming, fat phobia. Oh my God! It's will the oppression never end?
Wait, where did that?
These people don't understand what a hero is.
No, they understand defiance and insults. They really have no idea what heroics are because they're not heroic people; they're cowards.
And I am with John on this. Where the fuck did that come from? You're talking about what went wrong, and your answer was Liz Cheney's a hero. Oh, okay.
Here we are. But I don't think closing the campaign with a message about fighting democracy with a former Republican member of Congress was the right strategy. I'm not saying.
Well, if that is going to be your mantra, it actually look, Liz Cheney's stupid and it was bad for all kinds of other reasons. But if your mantra is that Donald Trump is so bad, even Republicans hate him, which was what they were trying to push across. Even Republicans are telling you how dangerous he is. Then yes, actually, she was the good close there.
One swamp monster hates other swamp monsters, but will side with them against not swamp monster.
Yeah. Cryptic, thank you. Here is my money called to deport all illegals into Shark Tanks.
I like where your head's at.
Says here's my bi-monthly call. Okay. That's my bad. And I'm so sorry. I appreciate all the donations, and I'm sorry that I read them like a Apple written text to speech thing. Thank you.
We'll just call you a speak and spell.
Have you watched the Ryan George video where he was going over the problems with the Apple AI?
No.
It's Ryan George. I'm a huge fan of him. He does Pitch Meeting. He's got his Ryan George channel, and then he's got his Ryan George Extra Plus channel. And on his Extra Plus channel, it's the only one where he's really being himself instead of playing one of his characters or something, And he goes over various different things, and one of them was the problems with Apple AI, and it's funny as fuck. Rodline, thank you. Elon is Prez. His nose-picking son told us the left. The left. Okay, thank you. It is so... I'm going to need Google to change the colors on the backgrounds of these things. I need it to be a dark blue. Like if they did the dark blue that's the header as the total thing instead of just the light blue, I could read it much better.
Monkey misspeak and sprawl. Yeah, well, they have it color coded for a reason, I guess, but I would prefer it was optional.
Oh yeah, or at the very least, let me pick the colors.
Oh, that'd be too easy. Google doesn't want a rube like you doing that, you unsophisticated monster.
Yeah, no, I couldn't understand democracies on the ballot.
Clearly, you must be punished. Thank you, Adebisi, for the generous donation. There seems to be a disconnect with the left media people and left plebs, as they would put it, and it's different from 2016. Also, how are you still enjoying the Philippines? Oh, good. Yeah, the Philippines is a pretty cool place with a lot of beautiful women, some of which walk their chickens to the store.
Thank you, Cryptic, who says your reading is like Stephen Hawking's with Downs. Thank you. I try. But yeah, this is another point where she just doesn't get it, and she should. Once again, there's a difference between politics and policy. And with the strategy they were going with, believe it or not, Cheney was the right answer to the end there. Because nobody else was doing it. It's not like they had any other big names, and they made her a big name because of the January 6th committee. So they had this Republican, and that's who if they had somebody better, they would have used somebody better.
Saying that's why they lost.
No.
What I'm saying is there were millions of people who didn't turn out to vote, who many of whom have in the past leaned toward Democratic issues.
Where's the evidence that millions of people who have voted before didn't vote?
Well, Biden lost, and I think they're talking about the phantom people on paper that exist in truckloads.
Did the overall number of voters go down significantly?
Well, look, Monkey, in certain areas, there are more votes than people. So that's where she's talking about. Those people.
I haven't seen anything that actually shows a massive fall off in voters this time.
It's the graveyard demographic.
Issues, lean toward Democratic candidates, and Trump somehow massively won on issues like the economy, even though his primary position is that he wants to lower tax cuts for corporations and the highest income Americans. I
don't remember him running on that at all.
That was not his. See, this is the point. Jen, this is why you'll never get it, because you're just a liar. You could come up here and be like, hey, this is where we went wrong. Trump said this and we overinflated it, and no, instead you're just repeating the same fucking lies that people laughed at you for during the election.
No, they didn't laugh. They were just too dumb to understand it.
Sin Nikki, thank you so much. Remember the extra votes of 2020? Yeah, but I'll have to bring up the actual vote totals because I don't think they were off by that much. And Cryptic, thank you.
Here's the problem. You're looking at reality, not what she's talking about.
Thank you, Cryptic. No, 2024 had higher vote counts. Suspicious. Yeah, because what the final ends up being 75 million to 72 million. And even if we go with the Joe Biden 80 million votes, it still comes out to about the same number. It's off by a couple of million, but not enough that would have swayed anything. Like maybe some people in California were like, I'm not voting then because fuck it, doesn't matter. Seriously, if you're in California and you're a Democrat, I don't know why you waste time voting. I don't. Anyway.
Reality means maybe something isn't going well.
He would not say that that's his primary position, but is it also?
Wait, why don't you? Oh, John, this is why I fucking hate you sometimes. He wouldn't say that's his primary position. How about he didn't say that was his primary position? That is you saying that. And there's a very big difference there. These are the people who are like, when Trump's being interviewed, he needs to be called out when he's lying. She just lied. So call her out for it.
No, they don't call their own team out for lying.
It's not that he wouldn't.
Confused or something.
It's not that he wouldn't say that. It's literally that he didn't.
Again, you're
maybe
on
something isn't.
You're on the pedantic train of real versus the narrative. And real never washes because they have to dress it up in the narrative.
Yeah, and I was mocking him for it.
I know, but that's why they don't understand. They don't realize you're mocking them for it because they don't understand sarcasm because humor's been disallowed. So everything you say must be literal.
No, Nope. Because this is Jon Stewart, and regardless of what the man can be funny. He knows what humor is.
Well, he knows,
Or
but he's
no.
not allowed to address it in other people. Only the left is permitted to be humorous. So since you don't have that license to be funny, what you're doing is borderline criminal. You're using something that is exclusive to them as your own.
Isn't going well.
He would not say that that's his primary position, but is it also, could it be said that the lived experience of Americans is that, look, Ronald Reagan had it in the 80s. What's the scariest thing that can happen? It's somebody from the government coming to your house and going, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. The idea being that Democrats are the party of the government. They are the party of the status quo.
And institutions. And status quo. Yes.
And the status quo. So I don't view that in any way as progressive. So when we talk about, oh, it's the elites and progressives and things like that.
You're right. Maybe progressives.
Yeah.
See, he's not a stupid man.
Oh, I'm not saying he's stupid. I'm saying he's trying to dress everything up so that he can fit in.
And I'm not suggesting you even mentioned earlier he's not dumb. He's just doing it for them. But to the audience, he's not a dumb guy. He's really not.
No, he's just evil.
But this is what drives me nuts about what few liberals I could have respect for. I just can't have respect for him because this is the point where you point out you guys are literally like everything is peachy keen as people are fucking unable to buy groceries. And your idea is that at least part of the reason you lost was the fucking elite language you used? He should be mocking her for this. Anyway, Cryptic, thank you. John Leibowitz is cucked. Yeah.
You're right.
Oh.
That is not the right way, progressives, to describe it. It's elites is the right way to describe it. Yeah.
Now
I got to go back because I'm not sure what she just said. I got to try to follow this conversation better. I'm not as smart as she is, Jack.
Oh, just ask her. We're never going to be as smart as she is. She's fucking better than us.
So I don't view that in any way as progressive. So when we talk about, oh, it's the elites and progressives and things like that.
You're right. Maybe progressives.
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh.
That is not the right way, progressives, to describe it. It's elites is the right way to describe it. Yeah.
Okay, so what she's agreeing that they weren't being the parties of the progressives, they were being the party of the elites. That's a weird accidental admittance. Look, guys, we caught Jen Psaki not lying. And she's clearly a leprechaun, so somebody capture her and find that pot of gold.
We do not advocate kidnapping of actual people on the show. Just she's a changeling though, so she's not a real person.
Just the leprechauns.
Yeah.
Now we're talking. Now this is the conversation that press secretaries have. Is this how press secretaries, when you're in the back room?
I just acknowledged I was wrong in one of the things I said.
But it.
And you just acknowledged that when you were the press secretary, you refused to acknowledge you were wrong. Ivory Tower, indeed.
Is that how much is messaging about arguments over the right word to choose
tons.
Versus the impact of policy?
For those of you who don't know, most of what you hear, not from Donald Trump, but from most politicians, has been thoroughly workshopped. It has been through focus testing, and it is not as organic as they want to pretend it is. So, and John knows that. He's trying to do the reporter thing of asking a question you know the answer to because you have an authority on the subject in front of you.
Yeah, it's like being a lawyer. Never ask a question you don't know the answer to.
Yeah, and I don't fault him for that, but he does know the answer to this shit. Now, I haven't seen this, so Jack, let's take a guess. Is she going to be honest about this and say, yeah, it's all focus tested, or no, it comes up organically? We just say what we mean.
Now, I think we both know that she is going to be disingenuous, shall we say.
Look, they've already moved on. They had chaos for a couple of days. Their newest favorite word is co-president. And it is amazing how they have these words and they are testing them with their focus groups. The problem is the focus groups are their own constituents and they'll just clap along like retarded seals with anything that's said.
Yeah.
But anyway, so let's hear the professional speaker for somebody else give an answer to this question.
Have the Democrats lost themselves in message speak and lost sight of that broader goal?
Well, I think the Democratic message speak.
He took it off the question. The relevant question was right there. And then he changed it to, is it the message speak? John, I just gave you credit for this shit. You're making me look like an asshole, dude.
Still needs a lot of work. But I think just to go back to the original part of your question on the press secretary job, I think the people who do it best or try to do it the best are the ones who are policy focused on the policy and understanding it so that you can answer the 18th question.
The ones you had to circle back to? Is she admitting she was a bad press secretary?
Maybe.
She wasn't all up on the policy and knowledgeable. She's like, I'll circle back to that. All right.
You're not worried about exactly every word. You're not trying to like, I'm going to say this thing and it's going to be a zinger and go viral. Like you don't.
Bullshit. I will agree that the best press secretaries don't do that. I just think she's including herself in that, and that is just utter bullshit.
I will take what are lying liars for 500.
She was from the AOC wing of the clapback. Get fucked, lady.
Don't think like that. You think about understanding the policy so that you can push the system internally and provide more information publicly. That's not always how people think it works, but that's how it should work and how I think it worked or tried to make it work when I was in the job.
Yeah, bullshit. You're a liar. You're just a liar.
Wonder, this idea now, right? When I'm watching the cable news now and the Democrats.
He is so slow at asking questions. Bro,
he's trying to look smart, I think. Like, I'm methodical and thoughtful.
Bruh.
Look at me.
Spit it out, dude.
Yeah, now, right? When I'm watching the cable news now and the Democratic messaging about what Elon is doing and Doge and all those other things, the point that you made about oligarchy and civics and separation of powers maybe not being.
You were the one who brought up separation of powers, not her. Just saying.
Where not that they're not concerned.
This is your conversation. How are you giving her credit for what you said? You're not speaking about this conversation 2 hours later. That was like, it could not have been more than 12 minutes ago in real time. And frankly, it couldn't have been more than 8 minutes ago because we started watching 4 minutes in. Oh, that's annoying. All right. I'm sorry. Things like that drive me nuts. Your point that you didn't make that I brought up, I'd like to talk about that a little bit.
And separation of powers maybe not being where, not that they're not concerns, but that's not where the messaging should be. It feels like that message hasn't gotten through because I'm hearing an awful lot about separation of powers and very little about defending USAID. I'm not hearing a lot.
That's because nobody can defend USAID. Because even if you want to, Jack, there was a story that came out. The first person has died because of the lack of funding to USAID. A 71-year-old Myanmar refugee in Thailand. She was cut off from her oxygen because of the funding, and she died 4 days later. Even if you want to say that's what USAID was doing and should be doing, we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that they were doing a lot of stupid shit with our money too.
Yeah, but that's the problem is if your country, like the Nigerian guy said, it's our money, not yours. You're not entitled to it. If bad things happen, I'm sorry you live in a dirt poor country. You are not entitled to our stuff.
Damn it, Kyle, is it your birthday? Kyle, my friend, this one is I haven't said damn it, Kyle in a long time. Damn it, Kyle. Damn it, Kyle, this is your birthday. And this one's for you, my friend. And a 1 and a 2. Happy birthday to you.
To you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kyle. Happy birthday to you. Damn it, Kyle. Happy birthday, Kyle. I hope you have a great one, my friend. I really do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kyle's good people. All right. Back to whatever the fuck. Nobody's defending a USAID because it's indefensible. That's why. Just be honest about it. I see them talking about separation of powers.
A lot about here's the specific program that is so valuable, and by not funding that, this is what we lose. There's been
because for everyone you can point to that is good, and Jack, that is a relative statement.
Indeed.
Let's say that you believe that humanitarian aid is good. So for everyone that you can point to that is humanitarian aid and would have kept this 71-year-old lady alive, I can point to $20 million for Sesame Street in Iraq. How much oxygen could you buy with $20 million? I'm betting it's a lot, Jack.
Yeah, I would think so.
To be fair, there's been some attempts at that, but the overwhelming majority has been we are sleepwalking into a constitutional crisis. Again, taking the...
But you can't see, and you're not pointing to anything that actually shows a constitutional crisis when they say that. It would be one thing if there was something you could point to. What is the constitutional crisis of saying we're not giving out money for Sesame Street? Elmo can't touch kids in Iraq. Where's the constitutional crisis there?
The crisis is we're not getting our way.
Debate of the larger thing, and not...
But see, this goes back to that. It's elite language. It's not that people don't understand. We understand what a constitutional crisis is. It's that this isn't one.
They said this is one, so it is one.
If there was a constitutional crisis, it was the Congress giving up the power of the purse by just throwing money at executive agencies and allowing them to do whatever the fuck they want with it. There's your constitutional crisis. The president being over the executive branch, as is laid out in Article 2 of the Constitution, is not a constitutional crisis. It's literally the system work. And I know you know this because I watched your fucking show where you talked about this very fucking thing. Anyway, sorry. This is so infuriating to me.
Defending the efficiency or value.
I'll bite. What was the value of Sesame Street in Iraq? I'm willing to learn.
No, you won't understand. It's above you, pleb. Yeah.
Thank you, Sin Nikki. Aid is good for an emergency, but continued support makes addicts. True. I mean, at USAID, from what I can see, take away all the bad examples, right? The stuff I'm using air quotes, supposed to be used for. All you're doing is international welfare. You guys have seen Ethiopia, right? You see how it's that shining, beautiful place now that we spent all of that money in the 80s just throwing at them? Everybody, you've seen Ethiopia, right? Oh, no, wait, yeah. It's a war-torn shithole like it's always been.
Yeah. We just keep feeding the regional warlords like always.
It's literally the old teach a man to fish versus just giving him a fucking fish.
Yeah, because then they're addicts, and it's like the welfare system here.
Yeah.
Why bother going out and doing anything if you're getting enough free money?
Mess as we are the world. That's right. There comes a time when you hear a certain call. I still love that song. It's stupid as shit what it was all about, but I do love the song.
Of the programs.
I would take it just one step farther. I worked at State Department. I think USAID is a tremendous institution. I don't think it's.
That's not something you should be admitting with what we've seen from it, lady.
Oh shit.
And I just want to remind everybody, her job is professional talker, not policy wonk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I worked at USAID. I think it's great because I read a press release that said it was.
Well, she's probably for giving them all this ridiculous amounts of money as a way of like bribing people to do what we want.
Like so many things in our government, the intention behind USAID was, at least on paper, a good intention. It's the road to hell, though. So stop.
Yeah,
Stop.
there's a reason that they use that phrase, because intentions don't equal good result.
Nope. And a lot of times they can be worse than the original. Wait, it's Snow Pilot's birthday too? Lots of birthdays today. Snow Pilot, this one's for you. And a 1 and a 2. Happy birthday
to you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Snow Pilot.
Dear Snow Pilot.
Happy birthday to
Happy
you.
birthday to you.
Happy birthday. Hope you have a great one. Really, really do.
Yeah.
All right. You guys should all get together and have a conference. This happens every once in a while where we'll have a day with like 8 birthdays on the same day. And y'all should have a birthday club.
Yeah, but we should do it in the Philippines so we can all go out and find some hot chicks.
All right. We're back to Jen Psaki.
Should be a front and center top messaging argument. Should people in Congress defend and use every lever of their power to prevent the Trump administration from gutting it? Yes, because they play a pivotal role around the world.
Congress doesn't really have a role in that, because in order to do anything from Congress, it's going to need the president's signature, lady. You're not suggesting Congress violate the separation of powers, are you? You're going to make John have a stroke.
Cracking down on.
I love how intent he's looking at her like, yes, this is deep stuff. John, what she's saying is retarded, my friend. Just retarded.
Corruption, defending a free press, a million things. But I guess when it comes to how the Democrats are communicating with the public, the things that the Trump administration are doing that they should be talking about more, in my view, are getting access to people's personnel information, their social security data, anybody who's a.
Wait, the chick on MSNBC thinks that the Democrat talking point that was literally talked about on the floor of the House was talked about in committee meetings and had talking heads on the news saying is important to her? Weird.
Yeah, I don't know how to process that.
She thinks the Democratic message should be what the Democratic message is? Weird.
Yeah, that sounds confusing. I'm scared because I'm just a dummy.
I am shocked by it. I have never seen Jen Psaki take the Democratic position before.
Look, she's a contrarian by nature, but apparently there are some agreeable points.
Applied for a government job. That's millions of people. Halting programs.
You just mentioned that in our government, there's millions of people. There shouldn't be. I'm so tired of hearing liberals tell me that I need to read a history book. Like Tim Walz's daughter came out the other day and told us that not mutilating kids is textbook somehow. I don't know. But none of them seem to have actually read any of the history books they want me to.
No, they don't want you to read actual history books. They
I
want
need
you
to
to read communist history books.
I need Rome Girls history books.
Yes. The truth
which a judge this week said they haven't actually put back in place all of the funding halting of the funding that they said they had. Those are the kind of things.
Judge also said they don't have to, but don't bring that part up.
Oh, we don't talk about that part.
Yeah. The judge literally said, no, this is within the rules. Dumbass.
If you are not really, if you think government is, government's not popular, as you all know. Congress is not popular.
Why would that be?
Right, I don't know. Institution's not popular.
True.
So if you're trying to reach people.
You know who else isn't popular? The press.
They're not popular because they're too sophisticated.
They're too elite.
Yeah,
they're too Ivory Tower.
You just don't understand them.
Who are like, ugh, government, Washington. Then talk about how this program that's being cut off is helping your kids have early childhood education.
USAID money literally spent outside of the U.S. is helping my children get early childhood education.
Yeah, I think she missaid indoctrination, but it's forgivable.
My children don't speak Iraqi, so Sesame Street from there would be meaningless to them.
Well, we're going to have some sainted foreigners come over and educate us.
The condoms that went to Gaza, did you see the whole Gaza thing?
Yeah.
So it comes out that Gaza got like 70,000 condoms, which for some reason cost $5 million. But it's not Gaza in Israel. It's Gaza in Uganda or something like that. I forget where. Somewhere in Africa. And people are like, see, it's not going to the people of Gaza. Like, no, it's still going to the people of Gaza. It's just a different Gaza. Is it Gaza, USA? Because if not, it shouldn't be going there. Mozambique, thank you. They thought it was a win because it was a different country we were sending condoms to. That's not my fucking problem.
Right.
It's helping you get Medicaid access.
USAID is not helping it. You guys were talking about USAID. But now she's like all government programs. She's just listing off all the government programs. Jen, when they gut those ones, by all means, bring them up. But otherwise, you're just doing what you've done since you got in the public eye. Lie and try to scare people.
What?
And tell me that's not literally what she's talking about here. Is just scaring people. Tell them how your kids are going to be stupid and dead.
It's helping you farmers have subsidies.
But that seems obvious, Jen. So
yes,
why are they not doing it?
I wish I knew the answer to that question.
That is the most painful sigh I have.
Well, I just answered it for you, but just to make sure, just in case John watches this because you guys are retarded, the things she just brought up haven't been affected yet. The stuff we've talked about is like USAID. That's the big one out there. And the reason the Democrats aren't saying, hey, your kids aren't going to get early childhood education if this is cut off is because you don't get early childhood education in the United States from USAID. Why aren't they saying it? Seems obvious. Because it'd be a lie. And credit to the Democrats here, I guess. They decided not to tell that lie.
Yeah.
They tell a lot of lies, but that one they're like, not yet. There's too much ease of checking that shit on social media. Fuck.
Ever heard?
I've retired from the world of democratic messaging in some ways.
Oh, did you catch it? I was going to cut her off, and she said it. Listen,
I have ever heard.
I've retired from the world of democratic messaging in some ways.
I thought you were a news person now. Look, she's on MSNBC, so we all know she's a Democrat shill, but typically you're supposed to pretend, Jen. You're not supposed to go out and say, I'm still a mouthpiece for the DNC.
Only in some ways.
Oh, in some ways. You know, like when I'm speaking publicly on television. Fuck.
I think some people do it better than others. I think it is easy to get caught up in we're in a constitutional crisis, and we very well may be. I'm not trying to downplay that reality.
Are we or aren't we? I'm not trying to downplay that reality. I'm gonna sit on the fence. I'm just gonna sit here and be like, I'm not saying we're not in one, but I'm not saying we haven't focus tested that yet.
Oh, are you sitting on the fence? Say hi to Tim Pool.
Oh, fuck, man.
When you have a president, which seems to be what's happening, and an administration who are defying a court order, that is ignoring the one branch of government, that is technically, I think as lawyers would define it, a constitutional crisis.
Right.
Oddly, you didn't define it as that when Joe Biden blatantly violated court orders.
Well, he was doing something righteous, monkey.
That must have been one of the times she was still working for the Democrats. I'm honest to God, I'm not sure which one she's talking about here with like, he's defying the court orders. I've yet to see one where he's defying the court order. So I guess I'll have to take her word for it, which I refuse to do because she's a known liar. So we have a conundrum.
She's not a liar. She's a purveyor of alternate truths.
She's a fucking liar.
Right. Well, then through an appeal process,
There could be.
we're a little bit down the road, but
Well, there's already been an appeal on the one, and the judge sided with Trump. You covered this, John. You made fun of Democrats for being like, this is a constitutional crisis, and pointed out that it's the system working as intended, you fucking dick.
Real.
He's not going to correct her because she might get upset.
Well, he doesn't want to ruin his chances of getting invited to a cocktail party.
Yeah.
Plus, she really is enamored with him, so he might be able to score. But thank you, Evolved Potato. Funny thing about that Gaza condoms, you guys are also doing that to Gaza Palestine, just you're also sending it to Gaza Mozambique. Just the press only talk about the Mozambique one, ignore the Palestinians. Look, we don't talk about Palestine because it's considered something of a hot potato, because the rubes hate Palestine because they're brainwashed by Jewish space lasers or some bullshit like that. The anti-Semites among us are real careful to dance around that subject.
I just want to reiterate that I don't give a shit which Gaza is getting condoms. It shouldn't be on my dime.
Yeah, they can take care of their own problems. They have enough resources there that are not being extracted that they can afford this crap. So why am I in any way compelled to pay for this bullshit?
Yeah. Anyway.
Yes.
A road to a constitutional crisis.
Okay.
How's that?
Okay.
That's what a press secretary does.
The
See?
road
We're like,
to constitutional
Why?
crisis. Boy, if that's not a title of a Rachel Maddow special, I don't know what is.
well, there may be. And then you're like, how did she incorporate
Unbelievable.
cigarettes, giraffes,
Right.
Zimbabwe? It's like some sort of brain genius that my brain doesn't function that way.
A beautiful.
You're too stupid to keep up with Rachel Maddow. And you just admitted that publicly.
She said it, not us. Just
And-
throwing that out there.
And you have the nerve to suggest other people just can't understand how smart you are.
It's a conundrum for the ages. Why am I so brilliant? Why don't the rubes understand me? You know, it's just one of those things.
All right.
Beautiful mind.
Yeah, I think some people do it better than others. I think there is an ease in using some of this rhetoric that is applauded by people who are very loud on social media platforms when it's like, it is an oligarchy, or it is, yesterday on last night on my show, I talked about what a constitutional crisis actually is, because people keep throwing around constitutional crisis. I'm like, does everybody know what that means? Maybe they do, but I was like, this is what it is. And people were messaging me on social media platforms. Always dangerous when you look that up and they're like, we know what it is. Stop explaining it to us. It's like, well, okay. I mean, I don't
Stop explaining things, news person.
sorry.
I saw that clip on Twitter, and it's another one of those things. Hey, we know what that is. You don't have to waste time telling it like, these dummies don't want explanations. Yeah, if I already know something, you don't got to sit there and explain it to me.
But if they don't explain it to you, how will you understand?
Yeah, but did you see how they did? Yeah, and you're right. But that's how they did this. Is these dumb people, they didn't understand, and you tried to explain it to them, and they were like, "I don't want to learn." That's what they're saying right there. Is these people are too stupid. They don't even want to learn.
Oh yeah, that's what they think of us. Yeah,
Because,
absolutely.
Because the people said, "I know what that is." The hubris, for fuck's sake. All right.
But I think there is a following the soccer ball of, everybody's calling it a tech oligarchy. We're all talking about fascism.
Not everybody's calling it a tech oligarchy. It's just retards who heard you guys say that they're supposed to call it that.
Yeah, and not everybody's watching the bouncing ball because we're not all fucking drooling retards.
But notice how she threw in tech oligarchy, because they were just saying oligarchy. And for those who don't know, that just means the rich people make the world go round. Yes, there's going to be somebody. Actually, monkey, stop. Tech oligarchy is specifically rich tech bros. The number of times I've seen the term tech bro in the last week is astounding. Those tech bros.
That's their new enemies because because of Elon Musk bringing in his tech bros to keep an eye on where our money's going. Bastards.
But they started with oligarchy, and a whole bunch of people went, Soros, excuse me.
Yeah, coughs and Soros.
Yeah, and so they were like, no, we mean tech oligarchy. Tech oligarchy, Bill Gates? No. Bill Gates is, he's an academic. Didn't he famously drop out of college?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's not that they're not issues. It's just that message was not connecting with a majority of the public. And so that's where I think there needs to be a readdressing.
When I will give her that, it's not connecting with the majority of the public. And it's not your messaging. It's your message. It's stupid. I saw this with like the Pod Save America when they had Kamala's people on after the election and everything. None of them can look into it's our message that sucks. It's the way we're spreading the message that sucks. Like, no, it's your message. You've gotten to a point now where they just sued Trump because he did the executive order where you can't mutilate children and give them drugs because of a psychological disorder. And people who say that isn't happening, how many times have we been told there's been no mutilation of children? They don't do these surgeries on minors. Sued to get rid of the thing that stops the thing they said wasn't even happening. And people can see that, Jen. They can see that and go, that makes no fucking sense. Why are you suing to stop this thing from being banned if the thing isn't happening in the first place? Oh, we just need a better messaging. No, you need a better message because your message is stupid.
What do you think are the important things? I have my own opinion about what I would like to understand.
Yeah.
What are the important things if you're the news?
She's literally the news, bro. You do a fake news show, kind of. She's supposedly a real journalist, Jack.
Let's not get carried away with titles, but yeah, I see your point.
If you're the news, she is the news. It's just the messaging, you guys, not the message. Fuck.
Stand.
Yeah.
What are the important things if you're the news? Here's what I would like to see focused on.
Yeah, let's hear it.
What are the mechanics of this audit?
Mm-hmm.
How is this audit being conducted? It seems awfully quick. I've never heard of an audit that goes in and 2 days later and this is a criminal operation.
Well, that's because most of the time the audits are done by the government and they slow roll shit. He's actually making the point against government here and not even realizing it.
Yeah, well, we investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing is a widely mocked and well-known government thing. It's not like this is new.
like they've uncovered a cartel. It's very easy to go in and pick a program. You know, they'll say they're spending $15 million a year on condoms for the Taliban. And you're like, I'm pretty sure the Taliban don't fuck that much. Like,
No.
I just can't.
Whether the Taliban is fucking that much or not is irrelevant. It's that we are spending that money. Jack, whether they use the condoms we sent to Gaza, Mozambique or not, doesn't mean we didn't send the condoms. This is such a stupid point.
It's an obfuscation.
100%. Well said. And I can't even pronounce that word, so I'm not going to say it again. Obfuscation is the perfect definition of this, because that's what it is. Like, you're silly if you think that's what's going on here. But it is. Whether or not they fuck is irrelevant to whether or not we send them the means to have protected sex, you dumbass.
Right?
Because I don't use condoms means they don't exist? I don't think that's how it works.
I'm 99% sure that's not how it works, but you know how these people are. I
have used a condom way too rarely in my life. I was a dad at 17, man. Doesn't mean condoms don't exist or that Trojan wasn't making them. Anyhow.
That's one way to look at it, but
Right.
probably true. Yeah.
So
Probably true.
what they've done is they've taken
News person.
the mantle of efficiency, right? Which I think a lot of people feel like is long overdue in government,
It is.
Mhm.
uncovering waste and fraud and abuse. But
And instead of going, you guys are right, there's a problem here. Let's slow down and do it right. You guys are just like, there's no problem. This is why anytime on Twitter I see somebody, I can't believe they're doing any of this. Like, so you think all government spending is perfectly on the up and up? Not one person so far has gone, yes, absolutely. It's always, of course there's government waste. Of course there's fraud. But we shouldn't look into it because Trump's doing it. It's literally just the Trump allergy. I think TDS is a Trump allergy. They just immediately reject it because it's him.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, there's that. I think that's a big part of it. But they really have a problem with anyone telling them no or that's not correct.
And you're right on that, especially the no part, because they haven't been told no.
Yeah.
It's really hard to hear no if you've never been told no. You're like, wait, what do you mean no?
Especially when you feel like you're the righteous one. When you have a divine mandate, or in this case, a government dictate that you are correct, you take a very deep personal insult to that. Like, because you have this divine mandate. God told you to do this. That's why I maintain that communists are pseudo-religious.
I get it. Hearing no isn't easy. I mean, we were probably 5 years into our marriage the first time Lady Monkey ever told me no, and it was the most confusing day of my life. I'm like, what do you mean no?
I do not like this word.
I was fucked up for weeks, man. So I get it, but yeah, they do not like being told no because they've never been told no.
No, they're petulant children.
100%. It is amazing to me how many times recently I've been reading news stories and all I can think is there are no adults in the world anymore. They're all fucking children.
They're spoiled children. Very, very spoiled children.
Mm-hmm.
it seems like it's a Trojan horse for an ideological reordering.
Mm-hmm.
So I would love to know what the mechanics of this are. And I haven't seen much of it.
I would.
Them doing an audit is a Trojan horse ideological redux. Or, John, and I'm just throwing this out there, our money's been wasted, as you just yourself admitted. Did he not just a moment ago say that, there's government waste?
I don't think he means it the way you mean it.
And she nodded along, if I remember correctly.
Well, there's government waste on things like, those pathetic rubes in North Carolina, that sort of thing. That's what he means.
But even then, he's admitting that there's government waste, and maybe we should, look into that and fix it.
I don't think he's admitting that directly. He may have accidentally said that, but that was a misspoke.
For the record, the only reason that there's an ideological redo here is because of the ideological redo that happened underneath the Biden administration and the Obama administration. Both of those used USAID as a way to push transgender and DEI bullshit across the world. That is not something that when Kennedy came up with it, he's like, you know what I really want? I want chicks with dicks in Mozambique.
Clearly.
That is what I think would make this world a better place. That's what I meant by moonshot. I mean, it's you can't sit there and go, I think it's about an ideological redux. All right, let's say it is. But it's not. It's just going back to how things should have been. I don't like USAID in its original form of giving my money to people who don't deserve it, who aren't my fellow Americans, and I don't give a fuck about. Sorry. But what it has become is absolutely grotesque. Anyway.
As well.
Oh, wait, are we allowed to say chicks with dicks on YouTube?
I have no idea. The rules change daily.
I know there for a while they were so touchy about any trans things. And it's not my fault they're chicks with dicks. They're not. They're dudes with titties, if we're being honest.
Well, I mean, it depends if they've had the surgery or not, but more often than not, they're dudes with tits.
Yeah. Well, even if they've had the lower surgery, they're dudes with tits. And how many of them are fat guys that have natural tits? They're just not, female mammary glands.
I don't know. I'd have to look at the trans to Dorito ratio.
I've heard people call them moobs. How come we don't call them mitts?
I feel because that would get confusing with baseball mitts, and you don't want to do that. Kids end up being involved.
Well, all the more curious that they don't use it.
That's a good point. I really sussed that one out entirely.
I would also like to know, how do they know they've destroyed the data that they pulled out when they had access to it? I'd also like to know, what can Congress exactly do? I mean, if we're calling on them to do things and Democrats are in the minority, they have limited power.
They'd have limited power anyway. All they can do is have a committee meeting, let's be honest. They can have a committee meeting and maybe recommend charges to the DOJ. That's it.
Should they push to do?
Right.
I mean, should there be a push to subpoena people from Doge? I think so. I mean, these are some of the things. Yes, I've lived in Washington and worked here on and off for a long time, but we've never been in this exact scenario before.
And that's the problem. You are talking about trillion-dollar budgets and nobody has done a thorough audit of it. The Pentagon for years has been unable to account for the money they've spent. What's the total? Something like $30 trillion that they're like, I mean, we spent it. I couldn't tell you where.
Again, Monkey, you're assuming that the Pope should downsize the Vatican. They can't grasp the concept. Like, no, the more we have of our priest class, the bureaucracy, the better.
But surely you can look at it and go, I understand why people are on board with this.
No, because those are uneducated rubes who don't know. They're just dumb. They're dummy dumbs, man.
Piece that I'm most interested in is what now, right? What are the levers that can be used? Obviously, the courts have been active.
What can we do to stop them from looking into the misspending? That is your message.
Yeah, well, they're all getting kickbacks, I think. Anyway, so yeah.
I saw a meme today, like everybody's mad that Doge is telling their business, but nobody's saying Doge is lying. And it's true. The closest they've come is no, it was a different Gaza we were sending condoms to. Like you win, I guess. But none of them have come out and said, we are not wasting your money. And her problem is, how do we stop them from stopping people from wasting your money?
It's the Vatican episode from the South Park. How do we get those kids to stop talking?
How do we get them to stop telling on us?
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing here.
This is so fucking. This would be much, much better if these were just two talking heads, but she was actually in the Biden administration.
She was actually deep in the corruption. That's what you just said.
And her worry is not how do we stop wasting money? How do we stop the people from stopping us wasting your money? Shit. I don't understand why the people are on their side.
Of these cases could go to the Supreme Court. They're only going to probably pick maybe a few. I don't know, but that's what legal experts say. Which ones, and what does that mean for executive power? These are the questions
Most of these won't go to the Supreme Court because they don't belong there. The Supreme Court will more than likely not take most of the cases that we've seen so far, Jack.
Because most of them are going to get thrown out, or
they've already been decided.
Yeah.
A lot of this shit has already been decided. Again, Democrats, you're the ones who did this. You're the ones who were like, no, we have to let the EPA make up all their own rules. And then you get mad when somebody else gets power and they're like, we're not doing that shit anymore. And you're like, constitutional crisis.
Well, nobody else is allowed to have power. That's the part that they don't want to admit.
Mm-hmm.
I also have that I think, to me, one of the I don't know if it was a wake up call, but one of the things I've thought a lot about since the election was, if we're out there every day and screaming fascism, constitutional crisis, the world is ending, it's like, well, it's not answering people's questions, right? If they're
you completely miss the problem with what you're doing. And it's really what the Democrats set up for themselves back in 2017 when he takes office. You guys have been running around with your chicken little bullshit for so long. People have noticed the sky is not falling. Did you hear what she said? We come out and we tell them that the world is going to fucking end. But it hasn't even come close to ending. None of the shit they've talked about has come to pass. There's no concentration camps. The kids in cages were Obama's. Everything they point to, either they've done it themselves or they're blaming Trump for doing what they did themselves. And then they're like, I can't believe that it's not working anymore. It's called desensitization, Jen. Just saying.
Well, if you were actually as dumb as they think we are, then maybe you would buy into everything they say. But unfortunately for them, people aren't as retarded as they want them to be.
Yeah, the clear lack of respect for people's education level or just general understanding is astounding.
Yeah.
Y'all are stupid.
Kind of frightening, too.
For noticing things. Let's back that up a sec.
Fascism, constitutional crisis, the world is ending. It's like, well, it's not answering people's questions, right? If they're ending the show and that's all I'm screaming at them, what did they learn, or what did they gain from the experience of watching the show? And now,
well, if the world actually was ending, they would be getting some pretty important information, Jack.
Maybe. I mean, it kind of depends.
If I come on here and tell you, hey guys, the world is ending and here's how, and I have proof of it, hopefully you guys learned about the world ending. But if I come out here and say the world is ending because Jen Psaki was on Joe Rogan Light here, then yeah, you didn't learn anything because what I said was fucking stupid.
And pretty insulting to Joe Rogan.
True, fair enough. And that's coming from Jack, who's not a fan of Joe.
Right? I don't hate the guy. He just puts me to sleep.
Sure, yeah. Oh,
That I dream
Now,
of
as you know,
machine
sometimes
elves.
you have people on.
I'm so sorry, but what was that?
I'm just saying that when I listen to Joe Rogan, I dream about machine elves.
Fair enough.
Oh, hang on. Thank you, Unit 731. I'm willing to set up the camps. You would be Unit 731. We know what you did. We know what you did in Asia. And, we'll get back to you. Thank you.
From the experience of watching the show. And now, as you know, sometimes you have people on and you ask them these questions and they don't answer them, or they can't answer them, or they don't have the information, and that's fine. But in this moment, as it's so fast moving, I also feel this interest, but also
I have to go back. I'm sorry to make this longer than it needs to be, but I don't understand what people coming on her show have to do with anything. And sometimes that happens because I have paused in a weird spot and we've talked for too many minutes in between. And sometimes it's because the people speaking on the video are stupid. Let's find out which it is.
of watching the show. And now, as you know, sometimes you have people on, right? If it's like, well, it's not answering people's questions, right? If they're ending the show and that's all I'm screaming at them, what did they learn, or what did they gain from the experience of watching the show? And now, as you know, sometimes you have people on and you ask them these questions and they don't answer them, or they can't answer them, or they don't have the information, and that's fine. But in this moment,
okay, so what she's saying is that when she's telling people the world's ending, she has people on and she goes, well, how's the world ending? And they don't know, and that's fine. Okay, so to answer my question, she's stupid. Sorry. All right. Didn't mean to make you relive that just because she's dumb, but all right.
As it's so fast moving, I also feel this interest, but also responsibility to try to kind of pull out what are the levers that can be done? What are the checks on power that can still be utilized?
Do you think
the executive branch auditing the executive branch doesn't need a check?
To go to what she said, I never feel pressure to pull out.
Me neither. I mean, okay, there was one couple month period and it didn't work. We had a third kid anyway, so I stopped doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not effective, so why bother? Do not take advice from me, ever, people.
Sometimes that first squirt sneaks up on you.
You're like, just another second. Oops.
No, I
think this is a punishment that the voters in the country, because right now it's still broadly popular.
On all of us? Or is the
In some ways, is it a punishment on what they think was the Democrats' inability to effectively improve their everyday lives?
No. They weren't even trying. That's the problem. Was it a punishment? I mean, I would say yes, Jack. I would say they punished the Democrats in this election. I certainly did. My vote for Trump was my protest against what they did to him legally.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's wrong to say it's a protest or a punishment. I just don't think the left will learn from it.
Oh, they clearly haven't learned anything.
And what I'm interested in is a triage for the Democrats, of seeing that there's an understanding of how they ended up in this position.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of people are interested in that, John. They're just all looking at a broken arm and checking out the foot to figure out why the arm hurts. You need better doctors. Oh, fuck. I've watched so many people, Jack, talking about what went wrong for the Democrats in this election. And honestly, apart from on the left, I mean, but apart from maybe Shoe on Head, where she still just thinks they should have gone more socialist, I haven't seen anyone who's come close. And with her, I only agree that they needed better messengers for their message, because Kamala wasn't it, and Tim Walz certainly fucking wasn't.
Oh my God, yeah.
But see, I've not seen any of them actually boil down. And even in this conversation, you guys didn't talk enough about what mattered to the people. Duh. But why don't we get into what that is? You guys didn't talk about how you guys actually came out and tried to convince them that their higher grocery prices didn't exist. There were people who somebody would come out and go, my grocery prices have doubled. And they go, that's not true. It's only up 30%.
It's only up 49%, so you're a liar.
And I don't see that yet. And I don't know if your experience is different.
I don't see that yet either. That is not
Hey, Jen, you have a nightly news show. Maybe you could do that.
Maybe you could look into that.
to go back to plug my own podcast, and I'm not really trying to do that, but I'm going to do it for a second.
Hey, what the son of a bitch? All right.
Well, listen, this was actually one of the things in the weeks after the election where I felt like it wasn't that I was shocked out of my mind that Trump won. I mean,
I saw you on election night. Yes, you were.
Yeah, to say she wasn't shocked is just a bald-faced lie.
Yeah.
politics. I've traveled around the country. But how did this happen, and why did this happen, and what can be learned from it, which I think is pivotal to understanding in order to figure out how to move forward, which is
100% true. The problem is you are so far off the mark that it doesn't matter that you're trying to figure it out. Seriously. By the time you get to the actual problem and understand it, it'll be so far past it won't matter anymore. And I encourage you to stay on the path you're on now.
I agree.
Because I do not want the Democrats back in power.
Not after what
the
nonsense they pulled this last election. I don't want them anywhere near the levers of power.
Even if I wasn't already there, with this last election, them being like, hey, stop looking at how we're wasting your money is enough for me to know they should not be in power.
Exactly.
Because I don't trust the Republicans with spending either, but at least they're pretending like, yeah, we should be looking into this. When one side's like, there's no problem here and the room is literally on fire.
It's a part of what I'm hearing from what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think there's one answer. And I know that there are efforts in different places.
There is one answer. It encompasses a lot of other stuff, but mostly you're out of touch with people. That's what it boils down to. The normal, everyday dummies that you think are just too stupid to understand democracy's on the ballot, you are out of touch with them. I move around the country. I go around the country. No, you don't. You drive through and hope you don't see any black people because you pee yourself.
Yeah, you don't want to see any hill folk because you saw a wrong turn.
Yeah. So knock that nonsense off. Oh, my pause game is unparalleled.
It really is.
She looks like she just saw a wiener for the first time.
Yeah, and it's a little different than she expected.
Why is it bent?
Your belly serpent is acting weird.
Places to explore that question. I think the DNC is doing one. I don't know what will come out of that. I'm keeping my expectations low. But that's sort of, to me, it is.
She just reminded me of being a Charger fan. Hey, it's a new season. I keep my expectations low. But she's talking about a major political party in the United States. If the Chargers don't ever win a Super Bowl, it doesn't matter. It's a way to waste time, right? You're talking about people who want to govern us. And you're like, I have really low expectations of my side. Hey, Jen, maybe we stumbled on the problem.
Is a multitude of things. It is how the Democrats are communicating about issues, but it's also maybe it's a policy question too.
Unless you're talking about how, when you say how they're communicating with people, you're like, Kamala paid a lot of money to have her face on a ball when she used to do it for free when she was in San Francisco. And in that case, I would give you that it's your messaging. But you still think it's just about the words you used and not what you were saying. It's not about the words you used. It was what you were saying. You can dress it up however you want to, but it's still a turd sandwich.
How the Democrats are communicating about issues, but it's also, maybe it's a policy question too. And let's not all just call it a messaging issue, because it may not just be a messaging issue.
Holy shit. Maybe it's a policy issue. I wasn't expecting her to kind of get it, Jack.
Huh.
She's skeptical that it's a policy issue.
Are we the baddies?
Right. She's the fucking meme, man. Yeah, Jen, it's 100% your policies. That's what it was. Because even on things where polls show you guys have the upper hand, you still lost. Fuck.
It's misinformation and disinformation, and that's
And then she blows it. I'm going to stop giving either of them any kind of credit.
You should. Neither of them have any real credit.
The vast majority of mis and disinformation was coming out of the left. And I'll just point you to my last 100 episodes to find it, okay? You guys lie constantly. You did it earlier when you said Trump said he wants to be a dictator. His words, not mine.
He's a bad man.
How the fuck are you going to point to mis or disinformation when you literally did it at least twice so far in this podcast? That's what cost us. Now, if you want to say that getting caught with your disinformation bullshit cost you, I'll agree. I can't tell you the number of people I saw who were like, I was told this about Trump, and then I went and looked, and it turned out it was a fucking lie, and now I'm voting for Trump.
Well, the problem is the left believes their own propaganda, so if they declare it so, that it is so.
Thank you, Snubberth. I'm late. Why is Jon Stewart talking to the Home Alone kid's mom? They're trying to figure out what went wrong in the election. As it says here, Jon Stewart and Jen Psaki try to understand what the fuck is going on.
What's going on? And I say, hey, yeah.
not just everybody shorthands this as if Democrats only appeared on Joe Rogan's podcast. I'm like, I'm not sure. I don't know that he's inviting many. Maybe he is, but that's not the only answer. I think there's a
nobody has said that is why she lost as the only reason. They're pointing out that if she wanted to get her message out, there was a way to do it, to especially with men, because she was doing so horribly with men, to go on to she's doing horribly with men, so she goes on to call her daddy. Do you think call her daddy has a huge male audience? Pointing out she didn't go on Joe Rogan is pointing to a larger issue she had with where she was trying to spread her message, what little message there even fucking was. Let's not pretend that she had deep policy proposals.
Balls deep.
How many fucking times did we watch her and our answer to her question, or our response to her answer to a question was, what the fuck did she just say?
a lot of layers of it. It's also the kind of candidates people run. That's not a hack on Kamala Harris. I mean, in different races as well. And some.
It should have at least been a little bit of a hack on Kamala Harris. Because of all of the candidates, she is the one that people decided to run. Yeah, in other races, the voters, like, they have primaries for all kinds of races, Jack. And you say the people chose them. But in this case, I mean, literally selected. And you can't bring yourself. This is the problem with modern news. You should be able to say Kamala was a bad candidate. She should not have been the candidate. She was a bad candidate. And I realize for some reason you guys think she's running in 2028 and going to win. You remember when losers used to go away?
Yeah, but they don't do that anymore. I mean, look at the current crop of DNC choices. Kamala's not their worst one. she's not their best either, but they don't have a lot of options here, dude.
I would agree she's not their worst, only because you have people seriously suggesting AOC and AOC at risk of pulling a John Oliver here. Please run.
That'd be hilarious.
Please. I need that in my life. But the others, I mean, Gavin Newsom, even Mayor Pete Buttigieg is a much better candidate than Kamala is.
Oh, he's much more well-spoken.
Yeah, he's more articulate than she is by a long shot.
Yeah.
And he's actually breastfed a child, which she hasn't.
Yeah, her boobs are really sagging. Have you noticed that?
Jiraiya, thank you. Kamala lost because she was a dumb end quote. Oh, I get you. Snubber, thank you. As Shu said, people were clamoring for a liberal Joe Rogan, which is just Joe Rogan. True. That is one of the funniest things that the leftists go, we need our own Joe Rogan. You mean Joe Rogan? Anyway.
Sometimes there have been purity tests in the Democratic Party that aren't particularly constructive. The purity test should be, can you win? And will you be a part of the caucus? Because the majority helps make things happen. I don't have an answer yet, but this is the thing that I want to explore.
Do you think the Democratic Party?
She doesn't have answers to much, does she?
I mean, do you look at her and think, look, answers?
Well, given how elite Ivory Tower and academic she thinks she is, I did expect a little more.
No, you look at her and you think mediocre blowjobs, terrible sex, and moderate titty jobs. That's all you're thinking with her, because she talks for 5 minutes like you're a snob and you're dumb.
I'll be honest, I look at her and nothing sexual comes up.
Yeah. I get that a lot of people find her attractive, but
I don't.
Not that she doesn't really do much for me there. Not nearly Asian enough, too. Plus, I don't trust shapeshifters.
Let's go, says Pete Buttigieg, says Booty Juice. Mr. Rhodes a racist himself. Look, I'm not saying he's a good candidate. I'm saying he's better than Kamala. Even Newsom, who are the ones that I saw today? Somebody put together a group of their leading candidates according to recent polls. It's Kamala, Buttigieg, Newsom, AOC, and there was one more on there. I can't remember who it was. But none of them are good candidates, but Newsom and Buttigieg are better candidates by far than the others. And not just because they're men, which is questionable with Newsom, but because they are more polished, they are more articulate. I don't know if you've heard AOC speak, but she's retarded. She makes Kamala seem a little bit smart. They have a very weak bench, but there is still a pecking order in that bench.
Yeah.
Party is principled.
I do think the
Party is
I don't have an answer yet, but this is the thing that I want to explore.
Do you think the Democratic Party is principled?
I do think.
For real? For real?
Yeah, they have the principle of no forgiveness, no surrender. Everything else kind of flexible.
Thank you, Jiraiya, who says, shots fired on Kamala's pillow. Only Willie Brown can do that, guys. Stop it. She never let a drop go to waste. Are the Democrats principled? Didn't y'all tout Dick Cheney's endorsement? That seems to go against what y'all claim have been you guys were literally calling him Satan not that long ago. Frankly, I don't think any politicians are all that principled. No. I think their principle is I want power. But this is the party I hate to bring this up, Jen, who's been like, democracy is on the ballot, who literally selected their candidate instead of letting their party vote on it. How can you have just come off of that and be like, yes, I think they're principled? These are the people who've literally gone back on things they've said just because Trump has said it after them. Like, no, fuck that guy. Do you remember Kamala's thing? My principles haven't changed. Just everything I say. Fuck. All right. On that, I need to step away for a moment, Jack. I need the little boys' room, so I'll be right back.
Cool. Yeah, she's not that hot. Trump's last press secretary is many times hotter. I agree. Her husband. You're not wrong, Darth. That's true, Keister. So what's going on? Hi, Divine. How you doing? What's going on, chat? Megatron must tinkle. Yeah, he's got to change his oil real quick. That happens. You know, your energon gets a little lower as you get older, and the old bladder doesn't hold what it used to. You're doing peachy keen? Cool. I didn't have anything specific to talk about, but you know, he'll be back in a minute. Check Twitter DMs when you have a chance. Message for you and a gift for Monkey. He hasn't liked the last couple of gifts that you've sent over. Oh God. All right, I'll try and get this one in, but I can't promise anything. As far as am I free on Friday? Yeah, I should be. Should be good. Oh man, have you guys seen any of those the more teacher videos that are coming out from teachers like freaking out over Trump and punishing kids, and then they lose their jobs and they wonder why? They're like, why did I get fired? Got any videos that made me feel like I shouldn't have left the gym? Oh, sorry. You should check yesterday's episode. That one was funnier. Funny, dangerous. Cool. Thanks. Yeah, about 8:30. Cool. Yeah. Remind me Friday morning or afternoon, whatever, so I remember, because sometimes I forget what day it is. That new bill in Mississippi that wants to enforce No Nut November all year long. Yeah, we talked about it briefly the other day, and it's stupid. It's not going to go anywhere.
What's that?
That bill that the guy in Mississippi put up to prevent men from ejaculating.
Yeah, apparently there was a second one put up recently in another state. I forget which one it is, but yeah, it's not going anywhere. It's a publicity stunt to suck up to women who want to kill babies. Yeah. Oh, it is Friday morning, isn't it? Oh, well, shows what I know. Just send me the Hangout link, Frosted. I'll jump in.
And sometimes I don't want to say too principled, because that is not a good thing to say.
Mm-hmm.
But I think principled, yes. The Democratic Party writ large.
Were they real principled when they were like, hey, Joe Biden only had classified documents unsecured in a box in his garage, not like Trump, who had it, behind Secret Service protection?
Yeah, in a locked bathroom that nobody used.
Tell me all about that principle you have there, Jen. They're just too principled. That's their problem. Thank you, Wolfgang. How much should we sell California to Denmark for? We shouldn't. We should deport Californians and put real people in there.
Yeah. I mean, why not?
Yeah. No reason to give up our land. Just get rid of the commies.
Are defenders of institutions that make the country run, the rule of law. This is part of the problem, right?
Right.
I just want to remind you, she's talking about USAID when I mean, that's the one. They're defenders of the institutions. Not all of them deserve defense.
They like to scream rule of law, but they have no idea what it is.
No, they don't. It's amazing to me that they really do think they're the good guys.
Oh yeah. Look, the rules, when they're inconsistent or in their way, they don't matter because they have a righteous cause.
No bad targets, right?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on a second. I got to get something from over here.
Mikey's got to get a drink.
No, I'm actually getting a box of tubes because I need to roll a cigarette.
Oh.
Yeah. We're allowed to say that word on YouTube again, so I don't have to pretend I'm making candles. All right. They're just too principled. Let's pick back up there.
They are believers in the separation of government.
Here's where we're getting into it. So
they are believers in the separation of government. How many? Wasn't it something like did Biden set records for the number of executive orders that he pushed through?
Yes. But because it was like thousands more than anyone else.
Didn't he try to pay off people's college loans without Congress?
Yeah, because the Supreme Court said you can't do that, and he's like, "Fuck it, I'm doing it anyway."
Man, for believing in the separation of power, and I didn't hear any Democrats complain that he was trying to do any of those things. They were like, "Go, Joe."
I think other people would say that's a veneer, and that what Donald Trump is doing is he's actually explicitly exposing the dark heart of how the world actually works. You know, sort of that idea of, hey, man, it's corrupt.
I'm going to regret this, but see, he's not a dumb man. And I get what he's trying to do here. He's trying to be an interviewer. So I think some people would say that, and that's a pussy way, John, of getting that point across. But he's a smart enough guy. He could get this if he wasn't trying to suck up to Democrats.
And I know how to run a corrupt.
Sorry, go ahead, bud. We must have picked up our dreaded. What's the word I'm looking? Yeah, lag. That's the word. Go ahead. I'm sorry, but
real quick. Thank you, Wolfgang Deo Moneybags. I think we should keep flying more planes into the ocean as well as ramming other ships with our aircraft carriers for science. At least we all know that Gaza has an aircraft carrier off the coast, just like the merchant vessel discovered. Lots of hate facts there. It's not wasted money. It's for science.
Man, I can barely stand Jon Stewart. This is hard to watch, almost as hard as the trans council meeting, and I tapped out. I just wish John would be a more honest person, because he really is. He's not a dumb man. What do you think pointing out his name as Leibowitz actually does? I'm curious. If you watch like really old movies, you go, that's not Cary Grant, that's Steve Buscemi. I'm just curious.
And it's corrupt. And I know how to run a corrupt system of quid pro quo. I mean, look, this is the final boss battle in some ways of Citizens United, where they're basically saying money talks, bullshit walks, and that's how things are done. I mean, they're making it so that United States.
And yeah, he ruined it almost immediately. Donald Trump didn't say, I know how corruption works, so I'm going to go in there and be the most corrupt, which is what you just suggested. He said, I'm going to root out the corruption. Why can't they just be honest? I don't get it. Donald Camp, thank you for that feminist $12. Here, take my money and hi. Hello.
These companies can't get in trouble for bribing foreign leaders. When he said that he was draining the swamp, right? I understood that as, or I understand that phrase as, we are going to crack down on corruption. I think what he's saying is, that's not how the world works. So I am going to exploit corruption because
I'm going to stop wasting your money is him saying, I'm going to exploit corruption. I don't even know how to square that circle. You're just making shit up. You just did what she did earlier.
we're the biggest bullies on the planet, and it's time that we swing our thing and make that happen and say things like, hey, Canada. I mean, why are you going?
Why Canada?
You know, but is he
Why Canada? Maybe because they're our northern neighbor and they're a festering communist shithole?
Which could end up being a national security threat.
basically exposing how the world and how business actually works?
First of all, now I'm going to keep thinking about Donald Trump swinging his thing, which
Please
is a
don't do
phrase
that.
you
And
just
I apologize for
you
that.
just used.
It was
But
it was a Teddy
it was in the-
Roosevelt.
Jen's husband needs to get on that because she's really horny. Homie, tap that and do it right so she can calm down and not think about Donald Trump's wiener.
It was in the riff.
Big stick thing, and I
I
fucked it all
got
up.
it.
All right.
Okay. I think what it is exposing is how he thinks the
Welcome back, Jack. Sorry, I didn't notice you had dropped.
I refreshed because the try to get rid of the audio.
Oh,
I've discovered if I refresh, sometimes it gets rid of the lag.
gotcha. All right. Thank you, John Jones. Jen Psaki looks like a retired porn star.
Just kind of does.
A little bit, yeah.
world should work, right? And how he thinks business, to your point, should work.
But
which
does it
is,
work that way, Jen?
Yeah.
I don't think that actually
You worked for a guy whose son with no artistic talent sold millions of dollars worth of paintings. And strangely enough, the people who bought those paintings got to talk to Joe. But you don't think that's how the world works. You're either a liar or stupid, and I'm not sure which.
government does work that way. And I don't
Really?
think I think there are corrupt people in both parties. And we know that for
Name 'em.
Eric Adams. Well, I guess who knows
Right.
what's happening with him next.
Of course she goes to Eric Adams. They are so pissed off about the Adams thing. So Eric Adams comes out and says, hey, Biden, stop shipping all these fucking illegals to my state. And suddenly he's brought up on corruption charges. Now, I don't know if he's actually corrupt. I don't know what their evidence is. But the timing is suspect. And Bondi told the Southern District of New York to drop the case and to cease further investigation until there can be a review of the investigation, leading to the prosecutor in charge of that quitting today.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're mad as a motherfucker about that. Do you remember when he was their hero not that long ago?
Yeah. Well, he was their hero for 5 minutes.
Right up until he said, we can't deal with all these illegals. When he was still on board with this as a sanctuary city, he was a saint.
Menendez, there are corrupt people. But I think
Joe Biden. I'm shocked you kept that name out of your mouth.
I think that for the most part, the people who have been leading the Democratic Party, at least in recent years, have been trying to do good in more of a way of protecting rule of law, of trying to stand up for people in this country than what we have seen from what has become Trump's Republican Party. It's
all right. They're just trying to do good. Jen, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt here. Can you point to the Democratic leadership, because that's who you said was the people doing the right thing. Them calling out corruption on the left, because they're the rule of law party. How many of them called for Menendez to step down before he got convicted? I'd love to hear their names, because they're principled and all, Jack.
Oh yeah. Sure. I want to get Bob Menendez mixed in with the Menendez brothers.
Oh, those two might be getting out of prison because one of their family members said that their dad, or that they had told them that their dad had humped them when they were little.
They shouldn't be getting out of jail. But I want Bob Menendez mixed up with one of the brothers, so they accidentally only let one brother out and let Bob Menendez off the hook. And the other brother gets stuck in jail, and it creates a whole controversy. That's what I want to happen.
Poor Eric has to spend the rest of his life paying for Bob's crimes.
Yeah. He ends up going to jail for being an unregistered agent of the Egyptian government and bribery and all this. And he's like, "What the fuck? That's on me." And they're like, "Shut up.
Yeah,
you don't know."
They had plenty to say about how George Santos should be kicked out because he'd been indicted, but they didn't give a fuck about old Bobby.
No, because he's on their team.
It's not the party of Mitt Romney or John McCain anymore, from what that version.
The Republicans were never the party of John McCain and Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney is a Democrat. He's a Massachusetts Republican, which makes him eligible for the governorship of California. And not Romney. McCain was a grifting piece of shit who would say one thing while he was running and then get into office and do the exact opposite. If you've never seen Razor Fist video on McCain, he's got 2 or 3 of them. Check him out. That guy was a piece of shit.
Oh, absolutely.
And these were not conservatives in any fucking way. They are sellouts who they especially McCain, just a grifter. He would tell people what they wanted to hear and then scam them when he got into office. We need a border wall, but I'm not going to vote for it.
Of the Republican Party is.
But that party was ineffective.
I do see why Jen Psaki's fans of those two, though, right? Notice she didn't say it's not the party of Reagan. It's not the party of McCain and Romney. Okay, all right.
To a large, that's what I'm saying. The world doesn't work that way. Like when we say, we're promoting democracy and goodness throughout the world, and yet we bomb the shit out of 2 countries for 20 years, create untold instability in a region because of our own interests. What he's saying is
that doesn't mean you can't promote democracy around the world. You can bomb places and still believe in democracy, Jack.
Yeah.
If you want to point out, if you want to point out how little we actually give a shit about democracy, talk about how we influenced the elections in Ukraine back in 2014 that have directly led to where we are now. Don't talk about bombing Iraq, for fuck's sake. Anyhow,
I don't want to give money to Ukraine unless they're going to give us rare earth materials according to that value.
Well, no. I don't want to give money to Ukraine anyway, but if we do give them money, I feel like they owe us something. Right?
Yeah, we should get some kind of repayment out of it.
We should get our money back.
But that may be
this isn't a case where we're in an alliance with them. I mean, that's something the Democrats love to see. These are our allies. No, they're not, and they never have been. What are you talking about? But they thank you, Donald Camp. McCain never should have made it off the Forrestal. Johnny was a weird guy.
Giving him too much credit.
No, I think he said it literally.
I understand that. but also he loves Vladimir Putin and loves his dictatorial nature. And I think he also might be.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second, because they're like, they tried this with the Hitler thing, right? Where John Kelly supposedly heard Trump say he wished he had generals like Hitler did.
Yeah.
For argument's sake, let's say Jen's right. Trump is just a huge fan of the way Putin is able to run his country. You can run a democratic country with 3 branches of power and be like, man, my life would be easier if I could do things the way he does. Right? Like, if you're in a marriage and your buddy is in an open marriage and he gets to bang a different chick every night and you're banging the same hag every night, you can look at that and go, I'm not going to cheat on my wife, but man, I wish I could do what he was doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, that doesn't necessarily mean that you agree with it, because if you did, you could, just do it. This is their same old narrative from 2016. Like, he's just going to be a dictator. She's literally doing the dictator thing. But he just loves Putin.
Inclined to just say, you know what? You take whatever land you want and we'll end this whole thing. And then I can say I ended this war.
Hey, Jenny. I'm just curious here. How's Crimea doing? Yeah. Trump said, just take whatever land you want and I'll say I ended this war. Remember when Barack sent troops in or sent a whole bunch of guns to Ukraine so they could defend Crimea? Oh, that's right.
I thought you were going to say Mexico.
No, I'm not Joe Biden.
No, Fast and Furious.
Obama refused to send guns to Ukraine. Now, I'm with him on that, but he flat refused. You know who gave guns to the Ukrainians?
Joe Biden?
Donald Trump.
Oh.
It was Trump who started that. But hey, he's just going to let them keep land, not like we would do with our principles. Yeah, the Crimea is feeling your principles all over its face.
I don't know that he's actually going to stick to what he said about Ukraine and who knows, but like he says all sorts of things. I hear what you're saying.
This is, oh God, I fucking hate. This is what Chris Cillizza said. His excuse for why he didn't believe the Wuhan lab was where the fucking coronavirus came from. Trump said it. You just can't believe what he says.
He says all sorts of things.
He says so many things. Okay, Jen, how many have been wrong? Because that's the important. I say a lot of shit. How often am I wrong? That's the important part about talking. You have been wrong a lot, bitch.
I think that the history of the country led by Democrats and Republicans is imperfect. There's many moments, even before Afghanistan, even before Iraq, etc. But what I'm getting at, I think, is that Trump, what he is rebuilding the government as is in the model of loyalty to him, right?
No.
How many loyal Trump supporters did Biden keep?
That's different.
In Trump's first term, it was actually pretty weird how few people left the government. There's usually a pretty decent turnover. And they've tried pointing to that this time and like, oh, it's unprecedented. And I'm not making this up. I read an article that said the people being pushed out because of, they were Biden appointees and stuff is unprecedented. Although it happens every time there's a new president.
Yeah.
It's like, do you not know what unprecedented means? It literally means it hasn't happened before. There's no precedent for it. But it was the same sentence. And I saw that article because I was arguing with a moron who used that phrasing to prove that Donald Trump is doing something unprecedented. Like, did you stop reading there? Anyhow.
No question there.
And that is not what I think leaders from other parties I mean, Republicans too have ever tried to do in modern history.
It's old school.
Well, one, define modern history. But famously, Joe Biden put a bunch of trans people and lesbians into positions. Who had those positions before?
Just evil straight white men.
Apparently, they were real big Joe Biden supporters, I guess.
Ah.
But they didn't have the right genitalia, so they had to go.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're busy stealing luggage, but that's not the point.
Cool. It's old school patronage. It's what civil service was. The swamp was created to remove that aspect of patronage. But I wonder sometimes, how far have we really?
What? The swamp was invented to get rid of people in government being loyal to the president? Is that what he just said?
I think that's what he just said.
I am not educated enough to get that kind of stupidity. This must be one of those Ivory Tower things, because that makes no fucking sense at all.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
And you've been to college, so it's not just me?
No, it's not just you.
All right.
Real quick, thank you, Shio. My wife asked me where I'm taking her for Valentine's Day. Apparently, from behind was the wrong answer, but it's Valentine's Day. That's the best answer.
That's on your birthday, homie.
No, birthday, Christmas, and Valentine's Day, because you got our flowers and chocolate.
You don't get anything on Valentine's Day. You get the next day, steak and blowjob day on the 15th.
Is that how that works? Because
Yeah,
I'm not married, so I'm not familiar with this. But I always thought if you bought chocolates for her, it was sending the signal that your butt stuff's coming up.
Valentine's Day is for women. It's not for us.
Yeah, I know, but you're like, hey, nice dinner, chocolate.
No,
Hershey Highway.
It's not for her if you're getting something out of it.
Oh,
yeah.
That's wrong.
That's why it's for your birthday, man. That's where you get the good stuff.
That's why we do stuff for women, is so we get something out of it. Can I point out how much this room at Jon Stewart's place looks like a mental institution?
It kind of does, yeah.
It has that institutionalized look to it. Like, yeah, there's some pictures hanging up, but it looks like he's in like I've been in mental asylums as a staff member and not as a guest, but they have that look, that white eggshell cinder block look.
Yeah. It's very institutionalized looking. I went to schools that look like this.
Yeah, yes. Looks kind of like my middle school.
Yeah, mine too. Yeah.
Really come from the model. And this is not about the administrative state. This is like, how far have we come from the model of searching the globe for cheaper materials and cheaper labor? And when we pretend that we're doing.
What kind of commie shit is this?
Well, they're communists, so
this is how far we've fallen. I mean, it used to be, hey, that's a good piece of land, we should go take it. Now we're like, we shouldn't even be looking. I mean, can you imagine trying to find cheaper labor? Oh, the audacity.
No, the caucasity.
Caucasity.
Doing it for moral value and freedom. Are we kidding ourselves?
Maybe at times. I mean, and there are times.
I mean, mostly.
Well, look, I think there are also realities of, and I worked at the State Department for a couple of years, and you'd go.
Again, as a mouthpiece, stop pretending you were deep involved in policy, you crazy bitch.
Balls deep.
Go to meetings and
Thank you, Jiraiya. To be fair, he is interviewing mental patients usually. This is the only time I didn't even know he had a podcast till I saw a clip of this on Twitter today. And then I had to go look it up and be like, fuck, it's a whole thing.
You would do a readout of the meeting, and oftentimes it was like, oh, we have to mention that we raised human rights, right? and the human rights mention would have been 5 seconds of a 2-hour meeting. That is a truth, because
How did you raise human rights? I'm very curious on that. Does the world seem like a more? Does the world seem more civilized to you, Jack?
Not currently, no. It seems to be going very retro to pre-World War One.
I'm so sorry. I just saw this. Dangerous. Trump admires Putin. Jen, your party admires Zelensky, who has canceled elections. Don't forget throwing political opponents in jail.
And religious figures.
And religious figures. You can blow your fuck. You can blow it. You can blow it out your ass. Okay, I got it. The out was missing, and it was fucking me up pretty bad. We're the principled party. Fuck off. No, look, Dangerous. She told us they're principled. Sometimes too principled, but she doesn't want to say that.
It's because she's too principled to say that.
How dare you question this fine, upstanding liar?
No, she's not a liar. She's a purveyor of alternative truths.
I just want to point out that as she said the State Department spread human rights, John starts laughing.
Would have been 5 seconds of a 2-hour meeting. That is a truth, because there are. I'm acknowledging.
Shit. Look at the difference between the defense budget and the State Department budget. What's the defense budget? $850 billion. What's the State Department?
Minimal.
50.
It is, and right. And
Well, why is the defense budget so big? I hate that fucking argument. Like, we spend so much on defense. We do. And maybe we can cut some of that. But then to compare it to the State Department, what does the State Department need a shit ton of money for, Jack?
To fuck up the Afghanistan withdrawal?
The State Department sends ambassadors and shit around the world. It's not like they're doing much. They mostly talk. That's what they do. The military, on the other hand, has to buy tanks.
Do they, though? Because, look, you can't hug a kid with nuclear arms.
That's true. That is true. Although I would suggest that the kids of Hiroshima got a really warm hug.
That's a fair point. But it was more like the sun was dropped on their face. But, you know, I get what you're saying.
if you don't cut the Defense Department budget, you're not going to make the cuts. Anyway, that's an aside. I do think, though, most people who run for president, and I know there are exceptions in history and we can talk about them, do it because they want to make the country a better place, right? They want to defend people and represent people in the country. I don't think they do it necessarily because they want to, have cheaper labor. Nobody runs, and that's not what they have in their mind.
But making it a better place means, look, capitalism is a system that, is a profit-driven system. It rewards growth and profit and distribution of capital, and it seeks its lowest mark. It's why, when we talk about globalization destroying the inner manufacturing nature of our country, we also have that race to the bottom in the United States. Mexico is to America as South Carolina is to New York. They're always competing for that.
My brain just immediately rejects commie talking points.
Yeah, I know, but that's because you know what they're saying and what they mean.
Well, she starts with, I don't think anybody runs for president looking for lower labor costs. Well, no, because when you're president, you're not directly paying the labor costs. That's fucking retarded. I'm not even sure what she was trying to express with that statement.
Well, like sometimes they say things that don't necessarily mean anything.
John's point here seems to be, hey, here's the real world. And she's like, I don't believe in the real world. And then he's trying to explain that, under capitalism, yeah, you're trying to make the most profit. Fair. But his comparison there of, you know, other countries versus the United States. You know, the other country is to the United States as North Carolina is to New York. The difference there, John, is that when it comes to globalism, there's not a global minimum wage.
Yeah.
Right. But it's one of the things that Trump talked about with like the bad NAFTA deals is that you can move your company down to Mexico and immediately save money because they don't have a minimum wage. The most you can do in the United States is take it down to what, $7.25 or whatever is an hour.
That's like $10 now, I think.
No, they haven't raised federal minimum wage yet.
Oh, they haven't? Ooh.
Not as far as I'm aware. The Democrats were whining about it, so. But
well, if they're unhappy, it generally makes me happier. Real quick though, thank you, Donald Camp, over on the Cash App, who says, "Take some too." And hi, Donald. Hope you're doing well, man. Thank you for that feminist donation.
When you're looking at the difference between the states, I mean, the thing that states can do most to help, you know, bring like manufacturing to their areas, not to lower minimum wage in the state. Has that ever happened? Has any minimum wage in the United States, either federal or state, been lowered?
No.
Right. The way you do it is with tax breaks.
Yeah.
And that's not how they're getting them, like, hey, move your company to Mexico. We have no labor laws.
Yeah.
It's entirely a ridiculous premise. But anyway, I didn't go to college, so what do I know?
That lower thing. So I
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Check Streamlabs.
Check Streamlabs. I did not get a notification. Let me see. The last Streamlabs I have is from Cryptic back at 11/24.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's all right. Where are we here?
I think you can't separate when presidents say, I want to make it better. You can't separate it from the system that we operate that makes it better.
What?
Does that make sense?
No.
Yes, I know what you're saying. However,
Maybe she is smarter than me because I have no fucking idea what he was saying.
I'm going with the offspring on this one. You got to keep them separated. I don't know what they're talking about, but if they like it, I don't want it together. It's like the keymaster and the gatekeeper.
Hang on. I want to try to give him credit here. So
Can't separate when presidents say, I want to make it better. You can't separate it from the system that we operate that makes it better.
he's saying that when a president says, I want to make it better, you can't separate it from the cost of labor. Sure you can. I mean, if he's not talking about labor costs, then absolutely you can.
Well, like the government has to have oversight on everything. So, no.
God, he's making some really... This is the kind of shit that happens when people spend too much time in philosophy class.
Yes.
Everything is deep to them, even if it's not.
Yeah, it's got to be ultra complicated, pseudo-intellectual bullshit. Look, philosophers are worth what people are willing to pay them, which isn't much. So you can have all the philosophy you want, but if it's not in a society that values that, which most of us don't,
well,
it's kind of worthless.
In most cases today, philosophy is just sitting around thinking about why the world sucks.
Yeah, because it's a lot of navel gazing, and if your worldview is dystopian, then everything's going to be dystopian, and you hyper focus on that. The problem is we have a lot of people with way too much free time on their hands that do this shit professionally, and they are just Debbie Downers everywhere they go, and a lot of them are communists.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I know what you're saying.
Of course.
However, I do think that the current situation we're dealing with is a very different destruct from internal.
Or is it just a more explicit expression of that?
I think it's different.
Okay.
And I think
She won't explain how. It's different because it's Donald Trump.
Oh, Trump!
And again, I just want to remind you guys that what they're talking about is Trump saying he's going to cut waste from the budget.
That son of a bitch. There is no waste. All of those things are mandatory requirements for the general operation of society.
it's far more destructive. If you look at, we've already talked, I know, about the getting into the payment systems, which is concerning. We've already talked about stopping programs that are benefiting people.
Is anybody here concerned that Elon Musk might have seen your social security number?
If the richest man in the world has my social security number, what's he gonna do with it? Like maybe pay my student loan debt? It's like I'm pretty much untouchable. I'm destitute. I'm indigent. However you want to describe it. I got nothing, dude. What are you going to waste your time on? You try and get a loan out in my name, it's going to fail.
Most of my information has been leaked online through Facebook and Twitter and my bank. You know, them not taking care of my shit.
Yeah, Google probably has more information than Elon does.
Elon trying to find out if Oscar the Grouch is touching kids over there in Iraq is not even on my radar when it comes to my private info. I don't give a shit.
Right.
But they know everybody's afraid of their data getting out because they've been told so often, hey, your data could get out. So they're trying to make that their talking point, and it's really sad to watch.
It really is. This is just so pathetic because seriously, if there's one person on earth that I don't care has my data, comparatively speaking, like it's so low on my list of people I'd worry about, it would be Elon Musk. Because he really doesn't seem to give a shit about any of that. He's focused on other tasks. You said George Soros, I might be a little more concerned, but that dude could probably buy it off the internet for $50 anyway. Come on.
Shit,
it's not that hard to get information on people.
I would be more worried about Eric Swalwell getting a hold of my information than I am Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Jack, aren't you worried about Elon getting your debts? Hey, if he wants to pay my debts, I am not going to stop him.
Does John need to trim a nose hair there? John, come on, man.
Probably. There's always like one
Across
stray that's like, hi, how you doing?
Yeah, but he has somebody who professionally cuts his nose hairs for his television show.
Ew. Is that real?
At the very least, I'd be like, you need to clean that up. We can't have your boogers flying on screen.
Yeah, you don't want that one wisping in the wind all alone like a solitary flag waving at everyone.
If you're just out in your public life, John, that's fine. But you're on camera, bro.
Then there's also now this loyalty test for people applying to work in intelligence and law enforcement.
Sure.
These are things that...
Why? Explain why, Jen.
You mean like that they'll adhere to the Constitution, or what are you worried about here, Jen?
You had generals under Trump undermining him and admitting it publicly.
Yeah.
That are rebuilding the government infrastructure in the model of Donald Trump, right?
Right.
And that model across all of those branches or across all of those elements is based on pure loyalty to him and embrace.
You mean the people that work for him should have to do what he says?
What?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. This is nuts. I don't want to wrap my head around people that are, not going to subvert the leader.
Remember all those people who stood up to Biden? Oh, right. My bad.
You mean the fired ones? Yeah.
Racing, kind of, as you said, the corrupt approach to governing.
Right.
That he
You worked for Joe Biden.
I'm telling you, man, this disconnect is staggering.
It's just the way we say the message. It's not the message.
I don't know why people keep thinking that. I don't understand.
Jesus, Mother of Mary.
Thinks is okay.
But don't you think we're talking about two separate things? Those are two separate things.
That may be.
One has set the
But she's a mouthpiece for government. That's what she's trained in. That's what she does, and she has to obfuscate.
Obfuscate.
Distract. She has to rodeo clown.
environment up for the other. The weakness of our government to be responsive in those ways to the lives of the people has set up that idea of global.
Oh God, I just hate that notion. The government can't respond to the needs of the people. It's not supposed to, because the needs, what you guys have made the needs of the people, basic living, literally in some cases, Jack, food, shelter, paying all their bills, giving them a cell phone, is not what government is supposed to be responsible for. They're not doing it fast enough. Our system was purposefully set up slowly. It requires agreement so that you're not making rash decisions and banning alcohol and starting a whole criminal trade. Oh, whoops.
Globalization and retraining people instead of giving them the idea that Walmart can pay its people to the point where they have to go on food assistance. Like the systems that we've set up that were
They really love beating up on that straw man of Walmart. Walmart is a very well-paying place to work.
But they like to point, okay, look, I worked at Walmart, Jack, and I'm just going to be real with you. There are a ton of people making Walmart minimum wage, which last I saw was $12.50 for cart pushers, who have 3, 4, 5 kids.
Yeah.
It's not that Walmart's not paying enough. It's that Walmart's not paying enough to pay for their bad choices in life.
Oh, what? That's so unfair. How dare they?
And let me just tell you, from knowing the people and seeing what they spent their money on, they weren't good with money either.
That's generally the case. Let's be honest.
They love that line, though. Walmart getting people on food stamps. How many kids that woman have and how many husbands?
Yeah. How many baby daddies? Because husband, really? Come on. How many kids have they got? There's different connections there. You can find that on Wall Street too, with people that go bankrupt because they have a gambling problem or something. People have life choices. They are not a monolith. Just because they work at Walmart doesn't mean they make great choices in life.
We even saw an article back in the Lords of the Night day where $250,000 and these people are barely making ends meet. And they're living in like $1 million home with 2 really expensive cars, sending their kids to private schools. And like, we can barely make ends meet. Like, if you ever actually get poor, you are in for a fucking shock.
Right? You're in big, big fucking trouble.
I might have to get a Chevy instead of this Corvette. Oh, wait, those are the same company. I got to do that. A Ford instead of this Corvette.
I might have to drive a small car. Oh, no, a cheaper one. What? I want to have this 1985 Camaro and order all the expensive parts online.
We have a problem in this country of pointing to people and going, yeah, you made bad decisions.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, there's a belief among some people that if you have a child, your employer should pay you more.
Yeah.
Unless your employer knocked you up, that's not their responsibility. That's yours.
What?
Yeah.
What? Wait, I have to take responsibility for my own life? You're a
No.
fucking monster.
No, because people like Jon Stewart think the government needs to come out here and do everything for you.
Oh, well, they should. I'm entitled. Do you know who I am? I'm owed. That's the problem. We've raised multiple generations now to believe that the government is your new daddy, that you are owed, and that you don't have to work for anything because you have a human right to every single thing that's out there in the nebulous ether. Oh, real fast. Thank you, Keldrick. There are thousands of unelected government officials who have access to my private information. I trust Elon Musk with it more than any of them. Yeah, I agree. Because governments are vindictive. Musk will just like probably send you a box of canned hams every month to fuck with you.
Defending that our status quo. We subsidize pharmaceutical companies. We subsidize oil companies. Yet we pay the highest drug prices. Our health, like all those things have added up to this. No, the systems that we've created, were Democrats not urgent enough in the alarm bells going off about the corruption within our so-called?
Were they not urgent enough? They're still not doing it. They're actually defending it. The chick on your show is defending it. Were they not urgent enough in pointing out the corruption? They didn't. All they've done is said Trump sucks. They're not pointing out corruption. They're getting out a personal vendetta.
No, Monkey. They are part of the resistance movement against Orange Hitler. It's not that they don't like him because of some personality thing, or he makes too much money, or they just don't like him. No, they are the resistance. To say it's a personal vendetta is to really undermine the cause.
God bless, bro.
No, they're so self-righteous that they can't see that it's just a personal grievance against Trump. They really think they are fighting Orange Hitler.
But even if I grant you that, his question is about them noticing corruption, but it's only within the context of Trump. And but he just laid out things that you can't lay on Trump's lap.
Well, you can't lay it on Trump's lap directly, but all corruption stems from the influence of not them.
John,
so they're the righteous ones, Monkey. If somebody's led astray, the Dark Lord did it.
Rather than not ring the alarm bells fast enough, how about aren't you guys responsible for this in the first place?
That's impossible, sir.
Can't wait for her answer on this shit.
Quo system.
Yes. And I think that part of that was not addressing and listening to the core people who should have been the base and who are the base, I think, of the Democratic Party, which is
you weren't listening to the Democratic base who've been talking about how horrible the oil and pharmaceutical companies are. You do realize that half of your members in Congress spend all of their time talking about the evil oil companies and love to bring up subsidies that oil companies get? We just weren't listening.
They're not hypocrites, Monkey. You're just you just don't know.
They're not hypocrites. They're liars, is what they are.
Oh my God! You said that word. Can't believe you did that.
Elon is their backup boogeyman. Elon is their new QAnon.
Yeah. He's co-president. I mean, they gotta have a conspiracy for everything.
A lot of working people who are impacted by exactly those policies you just outlined.
Are there a lot of working people who are impacted by oil subsidies?
Somehow, yes, because oil bad.
Because
right?
she said that in the plural, and he only mentioned pharmaceutical companies and oil companies. All right, I guess.
So yes, it is different things. And part of it is also, there are things that on its surface that Trump has said government is bloated. It is inefficient.
Boom.
And there are reasons why that should be addressed.
Boom.
Wolfgang, thanks so much. By the way, Denmark wants California as of 2 days ago. I'm an American, and so this is how much I give a shit about Denmark. Not at all.
I'd say come and get it. That'll be hilarious. Shortest fight in history. The Denmark military's coming after us. Oh no! Oh, it's the Danes. Sent no one for the past 350 years outside of Europe.
Exactly, Faithless, but still fighting to completely stop Trump. Yeah, the government is bloated, but can you believe this motherfucker's trying to stop it? This is important to all of us. We
Look, the
desperately need
government's
this.
bloated because we have to fight Trump.
We need this, or your kids are not going to get food.
Right?
You know, one of the things that with that 71-year-old lady, right? Again, whether or not you think that she should get any USAID money or not, it is all the bloated bullshit that led us to the point where Trump is like, we're just stopping everything until we look into this deeper. If the Democrat administrations hadn't been paying for lesbian poetry in Zimbabwe or whatever fucking nonsense they were doing, nobody would be looking at this. If all they were doing is taking care of 71-year-old ladies who need oxygen, you'd have most people would be like, I mean, we got the money, we might as well do it. But they don't, they can't get it through their heads that they caused all of this.
Oh, they'll never take responsibility for any malfeasance. You know that.
You guys took advantage of the system in ways that you accuse other people of doing, to the point that the American people went, fuck no. And this is after you guys, how many billions have been spent demonizing Donald Trump? How much do you think?
Oh, it's got to be in the tens of billions by now.
Easily.
Yeah, because just Kamala Harris's campaign was a couple billion.
The way to do that is not to have Elon Musk go, target people who have attended DEI trainings, right?
Totally understand. You're exactly right.
No, she's not. Because the DEI departments in that training is part of the fucking bloat, you moron. Okay, we have lots of Americans in the audience. How many of you pay your taxes hoping that DEI training will be going on in your government? Any of you?
He's being serious, not joking, guys.
I'm not joking at all. Because this is I can't believe that you want to stop DEI stuff and get rid of these people who have no reason to fucking be there. Anybody hoping the government's going to waste your money? I'll give that one to you. Fuck you, John. But
what did Kennedy say? If you make peaceful evolution, impossible, you make revolution inevitable.
Mm.
See, they're the resistance monkey.
Yeah. Except for in this point, he's the revolution is Trump.
No, I think he sees Trump as a type of revolution, but the wrong kind of revolution.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Kennedy quote there is not necessarily a good thing to, make revolution inevitable. It's that things have gotten so bad that people choose the unknown, often violently, over the status quo.
Yeah. You force them to find a man they didn't fully understand.
Yeah, and
Trump's the Joker.
You forced people, and he's got a point. He's just kind of too lefty to be making a good point. The Democrats gave us the second coming of Trump.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That was their doing. We saw what happened when they got power again, and they just abused the ever-loving shit out of it. And now they're thinking, hey, yes, the government's corrupt, but Elon's the wrong person to fix that because I was told to hate him. Do you remember when Twitter was going to go out of business within 6 months of Elon taking it over?
Yeah, you're right. The richest man in the world who has founded like 5 top 500 companies in the U.S. is really bad at decision making. Do you remember possibly hire good people?
Do you remember when he fired a bunch of people from Twitter and a bunch of people quit, and they're like, without all these people, it's not even going to work. And there was one glitch and they're like, see, and it was only down for like an hour, which by the way, used to happen under the old administration all the time.
Yeah.
Like, you can't get rid of this waste. We need these people. Wait, they've been gone for a while now? Well, shit.
What do you mean you fired all those guys? Oh, hang on. I got a couple here. Thank you, Frosted Glass. As I pointed out on Twitter, there's only one crime I will never forgive Elon for, and that's for not ordering Big Balls to join the Social Democrats. If someone asks me, who's that kid working for Elon? I want to be able to reply with, Social Dem Balls. And thank you, Wolfgang Deo, still crying. I want everyone to suffer death by PowerPoint. Like in the Navy, even the suicide awareness training makes us want to try the forever eat. I don't know how many times I've had to do the equal opportunity. And that wasn't DEI. All shall suffer now. Believe me, if they could, they would make PowerPoint slideshows mandatory everywhere.
My least favorite part of working at Walmart was when I had to do CBLs, the computer-based learning, because that's all it was.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, I hated that shit.
Anyway.
My point is, and I'll be perfectly frank, I
do not believe you will be perfectly frank with her. I bet you're going to couch this shit in the same crap you've been doing for the last half hour.
Oh, dude, you missed the perfect opportunity there.
What's that?
Being perfectly frank. You should have said, I'm perfectly frank.
I am perfectly frank.
See?
And I do love saying, to be frank.
Lean towards the Bernie and the Elizabeth Warren and, all those sites economically. I've been shocked by how undemocratic the Democratic Party can be.
Tell me, what do you mean? But I don't disagree with you necessarily.
I don't disagree, but I'm going to need an example. The last fucking election, by chance?
What?
Wait. Wolfgang, thank you. Have you completed your annual NKOs? Did you? No, I don't do those anymore.
I'm going to need that in triplicate. Thank you. One for each department it needs to be sent to.
Is this bitch really acting like she has no idea what he's talking about?
I don't necessarily know if she's acting, but yes.
Again, Bernie was going to lose in 2016. Anybody who tells you differently is wrong for various different reasons, from retardation to not understanding politics. But the Democrats had every plan to cheat him just in case he won. It wasn't even a secret. I don't understand what you mean by how they're undemocratic. Well, if Bernie would have won democratically, they were going to use super delegates to override it. I don't know what you're talking about, John. Which example do you think he's going to go with? Kamala or Bernie? Because he did mention that he leans towards Bernie on economics.
I think he's going to go with Bernie.
Probably. Let's see.
But what do you mean by that?
By putting their foot on the scales to get, make sure that Hillary Clinton comes out of the thing, or make sure.
Yep, went with the Bernie thing. And she's like, oh.
Or that, that they're listening to that anger about the way that even the ACA, quite frankly, struck me as a very conservative.
Because it didn't have a public option in it?
Correct. That it didn't address the very thing that was.
It's amazing how she got that immediately when she couldn't think of a single example of what he meant. Weird. Jen, you're a bad liar. You know that, right?
Causing the foundational upset. If I were to break this down narratively, what I think the Democrats have forgotten is government may not be perfect, but it's the only thing large enough to offset multinational corporate exploitation and corruption.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't act like that's urgent and that affects people's lives, then so if the big policies that we make.
Is he having a stroke? It's like he's making 5 different points.
I think he's just trying too hard to get a lot of points out, and it's really coming off like he's retarded.
See, this is why I didn't believe him when he says, Jessica, I'm just going to be perfectly frank. See, this is why you can't be frank. Don't try to be me. He's still trying to dress it up to not offend her with clear examples about how the Democratic Party is undemocratic. It's like he's trying not to hurt her feelings. Let her answer about the non-democratic side of the Democratic Party.
He could never do that. He's got to dance around like a stage performer, like it's a minstrel show.
You're not mad at me, are you? Jesus Christ.
Please come back on my show. I want to look at your boobies.
Billions more dollars to insurance companies that we think are fucking people over left and right for their health care. So isn't that part of why people lost faith?
Yeah. So yes, I think we're saying, well, I'm trying to say something similar, which is this.
Boom, boom.
Which is Democrats just lost everything. They control nothing. They control, I mean, they don't control the House. They don't control the Senate. They don't control the White House, and they don't control the Supreme Court.
Does she have a point?
So now is the time to break some shit, right? And break some China.
They do control
Okay, he was talking about Democrats being undemocratic, right?
Uh-huh.
And she came back with, now's the time to break some shit?
Yes.
Okay.
Email lists that continue to ask for money.
Well, that's true.
They still have that.
I don't even, it's like an overwhelming. And that is what, and I hear the public option. Look, I worked for Obama. He would have been for the public option. He didn't think it could get through, right?
I just want to remind you that at the time of the passage of Obamacare, the Democrats controlled the House and the Senate with a supermajority and the presidency. He could have gotten literally anything he wanted through. Why is she trying to rewrite history like this?
Because she can.
Was he wrong? Maybe he was wrong.
But that's the point. So it's the audacity of hope with the governance of the possible. And that's the point. Like, Donald Trump is nothing if not audacious. He manifests this way.
Yeah, but what does he produce, though? I mean,
Barron, okay? How about that? What has he produced?
Trump steaks, Trump water, Trump towers. He brands everything with his name.
Yeah. But if she's talking about within government, he produced the lowest unemployment rate on record for Asians.
Oh, well, they're white people, though.
The lowest unemployment rate in, what was it, like 40 years for black people. An economy that was burning so bright, you guys had to destroy it to win, and still had to cheat. What has he produced? How about a conversation on how bloated our fucking government is that you're having right now?
I just keep hearing white people.
Right?
I don't know.
doesn't, even if he sees tariffs as a success, it's not going to be, but he even had to pull back from that. It's like, what are the outcomes of his success, of his grand proclamations?
Well, he accomplished them. He got the tax cuts that he wanted.
John, she's not going to like that. How dare you point out Trump accomplished something? She's going to come back with, yeah, but it was for his rich friends. Jariah, thank you. Trump produced receipts on government fraud in 3 weeks. True.
He basically got the cabinet members that he wanted. I mean, he's, as you said,
he controls the Republican Party. So that is like, got what he wanted.
Right.
So he got some things he wanted. What I'm getting at is like, yes, the affordable.
But he didn't get things I wanted.
Yeah, that's where we're at with this.
Affordable Care Act, imperfect. But there would be, it would have been that or nothing. That's how I think people.
And I think most people would agree that the nothing was better than what we have now. Is there anybody out there in our audience, in the United States, of course, who is happier with Obamacare than you were without it? Anybody whose rates went down and who's getting better medical care than you used to? I'm not saying there's nobody, Jack, because there's some people who had no health insurance, and for them, even a ridiculously overpriced one is better. I just don't think those are even close to the majority. I think that's like maybe 5% of the entire nation. Maybe. Now, I think you'll have people who go, yeah, it's expensive, but I love it because I love Obama. But if they were being honest about it, if Trump had made that plan, they'd be like, this sucks. Thank you, Wolfgang. Trump produces her job of whining about everything. You're not wrong.
At the time felt, and you disagree because you think
completely disagree. Because look, this is a 50.
For the record, I disagree too. When it comes to Obamacare, I do not believe in single payer. Okay, but we should either go back to the system we had or just go into single payer, because what we have now is a hybrid shitbag. It is the socialism of healthcare, and like socialism, it is just a clusterfuck of I can't decide what to be. And that's not a good place to be.
No, that's a pretty terrible place. Sorry I missed this one, Wolfgang. Thank you, Wolfgang Deo. Wife beating. I remember the NKO, Navy Knowledge Online course on domestic violence. Thanks to the Navy, I have learned how to beat my wife and get away with it. Nah, now I know how my wife beats me and I can't do anything about it. Thanks, Navy. Well, I mean, women are better than us, right? That's how that works.
In some ways. Keldrick, thank you so much. Obamacare has made insurance a nightmare to deal with, and I hated it from the moment it was passed.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been a complete fucking disaster, and anybody who says otherwise is delusional or stupid.
50 to 60-year project that the Republicans have been on. They wanted abortion gone.
yes,
So what did they do? They
stack the courts.
They stacked the court.
They did not stack the court, you dirty lying bitch.
They got their nominees through. That's stacking the court.
There is a definition of where you could say stacking the court is that they put in their people. All right, fine. Even if I give you that one, that wasn't a 60-year plan, because you can't plan that because you never know when the sitting justices are going to leave.
Look, your hate facts have no place here. They clearly stacked the court because we didn't like Kavanaugh.
They nominated candidates who can read the fucking law, and even that can be questionable from some of them. Speaking of Kavanaugh, that little John Roberts dick writer.
Right?
Anyway,
They have a goal, and they go and they work for decades to achieve that goal. They stack the.
do you really think that's the only reason the court looks like it does is abortion?
I think he believes that, yeah.
It has nothing to do with crap like the Kelo decision or Chevron deference or any of the other things that have come before this court, and they've gone, yeah, we fucked that up all along. Gun control has had more to do with who gets put on the Supreme Court than abortion has. Are you out of your fucking mind, dude?
No, he's just a zealot.
You guys would still have control of the court if Ruth Bader Ginsburg had done the honorable thing and stepped down when she was way too old to be doing the job anymore.
Nah, they waited until she died.
But you guys thought that Hillary was going to win. And so she was like, I'm just going to wait so that I can go out on Hillary, and Hillary can make my replacement.
So what you're saying is Trump killed RGB.
Yes. Trump killed that bitch. Truck and Bear, thank you so much. Before the ACA, my family insurance through my job was $20 a week. It's now $120 a week. And you should thank Obama for that privilege of spending more. He had you in mind. He was taking care of you. No, I don't believe that shit either. I'm just saying it. All right.
The courts, or they make regulations that make it impossible for small physicians' offices to provide the kind of health care for women that would be necessary.
Stop calling abortion health care for women. It's not. Knock it off.
No,
For people who are like, oh, they have this plan. One, Republicans have nothing on communists. But you're using the specific language that has been designed to make people think that abortion is actually health care when you're killing a child. Fuck you.
Well, I think they honestly believe that, but they're also delusional human beings. So,
oh shit.
But
is this going to be another 18-hour stream? I didn't realize how long we've been going. I need to go to bed.
What?
I do. I have things that I'm expected to do tomorrow. I'm supposed to be up at 7, bro.
No, we're almost there. It's only 5 more hours.
We are 35 minutes into this at the 2.5 hour or 3.5 hour mark. All right, we'll do just a little bit more, and then I'll have to wrap this up.
For those kinds of things, or they work through other measures. They don't go, well, we'll never get that done. So here's what we're
actually, they did. Tons of people, there were tons of Republicans who were like, we should let this issue go. I can name 2 of them in the fucking Senate right now.
Look, they created this boogeyman. So the boogeyman always has to be there so they can scare their constituents. That they need that. That's why the Republicans are always evil. They never back down. If they back down, it would be a sign that maybe you're correct. But they can't do that because the boogeyman is always evil.
Dry says, I love this stream. Thank you, Monkey and Jack. Thanks for watching.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Wolfgang, thank you. Lies, Monk. Lies, you only have streamed 15 minutes. All right.
We're going to do. We're going to make sure that within Planned Parenthood, there is also an office of adoption. And that's what we're going to do. And then we're going to tout that as a victory. That's what I meant by principled.
And that led to the Dobbs decision?
Somehow, through the magic of them saying so.
I mean, if we take this to his illogical conclusion here, what he's suggesting is that what Democrats should do is, in any place that doesn't offer abortion, any healthcare facility, they should mandatory have one.
Like every adoption center should have like a coat hanger department.
Yeah. Hey, you want to kill it instead? All right.
Okay. I
disagree with it.
I would dispute this notion of the principles. And maybe this isn't what you're saying. So tell me if it's not.
Before you get into your answer, you don't understand principles. You've already explained that to us. So I'm kind of curious to see how you don't think, and for the record, I don't think most Republicans have principles either. They're sellout shitbags.
Yeah.
But I'm curious her take on it.
Please.
Let's just take Russia. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Wait,
I
what?
know.
Exactly, John. She did this to us earlier. Remember, she just out of nowhere, she brings up something that has nothing to do with shit.
Well, if we just stop the quote right there, she clearly wants to annex Russia.
Okay. All right. John's point is that Republicans play the long game. And she's coming back with, I dispute that they have principles because of Russia.
I dispute they have a long game.
I do too. Yeah.
Hello, Putin.
Hey, what?
Hello, Putin, if you're listening.
All right.
When I was working for Barack Obama,
Mm-hmm.
most of the Republican Senate and caucus would say that he didn't arm the Ukrainians, right? He didn't provide the type of assistance that should have been done in 2014 and 2015. That was their argument. He's too soft on Russia. That was the core. Mitt Romney said the biggest threat is Russia. Now,
again, just want to point out you're using Mitt Romney as a Republican, and that's wrong.
Yeah, that's factually accurate to a point.
And she is right that a lot of the war hawks in our Congress on the Republican side, Lindsey Graham, were like, hey, Barack, give them guns. And he wouldn't do it. So that part is true.
Now they've turned around. They have not stuck by that principle. And they're confirming this person to lead the intelligence agency who befriended Putin, who's defended Putin, who's used the talking points, etc.
Is she talking about Tulsi?
I think maybe.
Thank you, Dangerous. If you think killing human beings is healthcare, you should be stripped of your medical license. Also, put adoption services in Planned Parenthood, but the pro-choice people don't want a choice. Yeah, they just want you to kill your baby. Because pro-choice is a lie. It's pro-abortion, and I refuse to call it pro-choice.
Yeah.
Wolfgang, thank you. Make Russia and China part of America. I mean, they kind of are, especially China. All right. I hear what you're saying, Jen, that they put this guy up there and approved him. But that doesn't mean their stance on Ukraine has changed. One of our biggest complaints about Republicans in Congress on this show has been that they are all fucking war hawks who want to start wars everywhere, including with Russia. Lindsey Graham's opinion of we need to bomb them back to the Stone Age hasn't changed. Just because they put in Tulsi or Pete Hegseth or anyone else who's saying, hey, we're going to stop giving money to Ukraine, doesn't mean that the people who are saying, hey, we got to arm Ukraine, have changed. See, this is that all or nothing bullshit that this is a purity test.
Absolutely.
And it's not conductive to anything. But all right. Yeah, they said my boss was bad for this. Well, how do you feel about people who say that we shouldn't be giving guns to Ukraine? Where's your principles on that? Because we're touting that you worked for Obama, who famously did not, I keep saying famously, I gotta stop that, but famously did not give them guns.
I gotta stop that, proceeds to do it again.
Well, it does work there because that was a big thing at the time.
Yeah.
This remember 2014, it's 2014 going into 2015, where Biden marched his happy little ass down to Barack's thing after his son got a payoff and said, I think you should give them guns. And Barack said, go the fuck away.
Principles are very flexible.
No, they're not. I disagree. I think that's very consistent with their principles.
Which is what? However they can win, or whatever the dear leader says?
No. They view Putin and Hungary as allies.
But they didn't used to.
Not that the Trump wing has always viewed them in that way, I think.
The Trump wing has
viewed them as ideological allies. I should put it that way.
This is why I told y'all stop talking about Putin like he's a great guy, because now John can say this and actually have examples of people like, I really like Putin because he stands up for what he believes. There's one thing to admire his strength and another to be like they're ideological partners.
Pro-Christianity, defenders of what they consider to be Western values that are, the old battle was
Putin is a defender of Western values.
Apparently.
Okay. All right. If anybody out there is the one telling John that Republicans think Putin has Western values, please stop.
Capitalism versus communism, right? Economic systems at play within the world and a world order and rules. I think.
Again, Putin hasn't fallen back to the communist USSR. I think he'd like to, but I guess I can give you the capitalism part of that. Thank you, Dangerous. When did Jen Psaki work under Obama? Because let's not forget, Barbara was caught on hot mic telling Barack was caught. I don't know how I got Barbara out of that. My fucking eyes. Was caught on hot mic telling a Russian diplomat that he could be more flexible with Russia after he was reelected. Yeah. I don't know when she worked for him exactly. I know she worked for him. She just told us that. She is a known liar, though.
Well, I think she worked in the State Department when he was president.
And let's not forget, remember Hillary's botched reset button?
Yeah.
She tried using a fucking meme from television commercials to reset, and she fucked it all up.
Yeah, didn't it say something else like grocery store or something like that?
Yeah, it said something stupid.
The battle now is woke versus unwoke. And in that battle, they view Hungary, Putin, and all those countries as aligned. And they are That's natural allies to that group. The Republicans have been praising Putin for, as far as I can see, a couple of decades.
That's not true.
There's some that view Russia as that, but at least in the media, there's
okay. One, Jen specifically brought up the Senate, and now you're going to Republican media, and there's no Republican media, but if you're going to go right wing, air quotes, sure, he actually might have a kind of point there, especially when you're talking about the woke stuff. However, John, the problem with your nonsense is you just said that decades. Woke wasn't even a term used a decade ago.
Yeah.
Always been he's really strong, and he is, look, they are allied with those countries ideologically.
No. I just, okay, we can agree to disagree. This is democracy.
What the heck?
But not in the era of John McCain and Mitt Romney leading the party
again,
and what they thought the party stood for. And
you mean the party that didn't turn out to elect them? Why don't you go back to Reagan? Why not back to George W. Bush? Why not back to people who actually won?
And what the party stood for. That's not the party anymore. But that was the party not that long ago, is my point. And some of the same people who were in that party are now blindly following Trump down the Russia's great, Putin's great rabbit hole.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say.
Okay, it is fair to say that some of the Congress people will just follow the president, but you're using this to prove that the Republicans don't have principles when you literally have a Democrat in the Senate right now who belong to a whites only club. How long have the Democrats been beating the diversity, civil rights mantra? But yeah, it's the Republicans who don't have the principles. None of them have principles. Just be honest about it, shithead. Do we have principles? They don't. When we change our mind, it's because Trump sucks.
They're saying they're great, and I understand what you're saying, but like this whole principle thing on their end is power. Like Mitch McConnell is the poster boy for not having, like, even just now when they confirmed Pete Hegseth and 3 Republicans voted against it, and oh my God, now JD Vance has to come and break the tie. It's all theater.
Yeah.
But my point is, it's a realignment of principle, right? With woke versus unwoke being, they've said.
See, this is why I'm not shocked, but I know why they're not bringing up Reagan. One of Reagan's big things was wasteful spending. And they're talking about Putin and Russia like that fucking matters. And she's like, but they wanted to give them guns. Most of the Senate still does. It's why they kept re-upping the money without any real opposition in the Senate. What was the most that voted against it? Like 30? And that was more to do with just the fact that we don't have the money to spend rather than them not believing in it. But if you want to talk about lifelong Republican principles, or at least my life, Jack, what Trump is doing now would have been applauded by Reagan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeez, fuck.
Said, like, that's the greatest danger of all is that. I think the Democrats have an incredible opportunity
No, they don't.
to be actual economic populists, not the bullshit populism that the right is putting out there as they're gutting OSHA and all their.
We gutted OSHA?
Apparently. I don't know. I don't remember that happening.
Has Elon got to OSHA yet?
I don't think so.
All right.
Making it so that you can't regulate anything that possibly could affect workers in a bad way.
No one's saying you can't regulate things that might hurt workers. What they're saying is nonsense has to be stopped. I don't know how much you pay attention to OSHA regulations, Jack, but a lot of them are really stupid.
Oh, absolutely. There are good ones, and there's a lot of dumb shit.
But they have not embraced that with the fervor and directness that I.
Did he just read The Jungle or something?
I think so. Yeah, I got to take a phone call. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you, Wolfgang. I forgot about OSHA. LOL. Everyone just avoids it. Yeah. There are reasons to have safety regulations, but the problem is once you start allowing them to have regulations, and I'll give you an example that I'm worried about right now, right? So Robert Kennedy was just confirmed as the head of HHS, right? And Donald Trump says he's putting him up there because he's going to be good on this thing here, this health stuff. He goes, but just won't let him near anything else. All right. Here's what I worry about. There are a lot of people who believe the environment is a healthcare issue. And not because there's acid rain or there's a chemical spill somewhere. No. Global warming itself is a healthcare issue. And he now has his foot in the door at a place where he can claim, hey, we need to change these things for environmental reasons because it's a healthcare issue. And you run into that anytime you start allowing regulation, is you have people who can find any reason to make something they need to regulate. I mean, some of the OSHA standards are just fucking retarded. Clearly came out of drug addicts from California. Regulation in and of itself is not a bad thing. The over-regulation, and especially the stupid regulation, is. How do you climate change without migrant change? I'm not sure how those two are even connected. But they do tell us that the migrant surges are because of global warming. We've seen several articles about that. Anytime you let government into something, they're going to get deeper into it than they ever should be. And especially when you have unelected bureaucrats. This is why our leaders are chosen by an electorate, whether it's the old system where only rich people voted, or it's a direct election like we have with our state representatives. It was so they were answerable to the people. So if they were doing stupid shit, we could go, you have to go. And we built a system now where we don't get that say. And Donald Trump is trying to pull that back just a little tiny bit. And they're freaking out. Like, can you believe he's doing this? He's undermining our very it's a constitutional crisis. Thank you, Wolfgang. In the Navy on the ship, I was the safety petty officer for my division. While OSHA makes sense, it's more fun to look at the things and call people dumb. Some OSHA makes sense. Some of OSHA is really retarded. We had to deal with a lot of OSHA shit when I worked at the shop. Which is still fair because, you don't want people losing fingers, but a lot of their stuff was just dumb. Did I hear you back, Jack? I guess not. I thought I heard him click his mouse.
I think they need to.
I agree 100% with you. I mean, I think this is the issue where.
Okay, what I paused and talked a whole lot in there. He said that the Democrats have a really good chance to come in here with real economic populism, not that fake populism. And no, you don't, because your economic policies are all communist based. You can only promise to steal from the rich so long before people realize you're not Robin Hood.
Where there was not a clear, digestible message. And maybe there.
What do you mean not a clear, digestible message? Kamala was going to give people $25,000 for a house. They really do think you're stupid.
There were policy issues underneath there too. I don't want to undervalue that issue as well. I mean, to your point, it's like you got to be bold if people going to feel like you're addressing their issue. And
no, you just have to actually address their issue. You have to be bold. No, you just got to be like, yeah, we'll fix that. And here's how. And Kamala's answers, what few she gave us, were stupid.
The example, Harris talked about the opportunity agenda, which sounds like a poll tested thing and nobody knows what it means.
That's right.
There were very good things in there, but that is the place where, Governor Westmore, Maryland, I was talking to him last week about this, and he said he used to run a poverty organization.
Robin Hood. He was the head of Robin Hood Foundation.
You know Robin Hood? Yes.
I swear to you, I didn't watch this. When I made my Robin Hood reference a second ago, it had nothing to do with this.
I don't know if everybody.
I just know that that's how they see themselves.
Does, so I shorthanded it.
Robin Hood Foundation is a foundation where Wall Street people gather once a year to try to give money to offset them going to hell.
Okay, there you go. But they also give money.
And it doesn't, there's no level. No, but that is the general.
Here's my point of this story.
They do great work, by the way. It's a fabulous organization.
They do great work and they get money from all sorts of places. Point is, when he was running for governor, they were like, pollsters, people advising him were like, don't use the word poverty. Don't use the word poverty. This is my point. There is a knee jerk. We have to talk about things in a poll tested. It sounds like, and I know I keep using the word academic, and maybe that's not the best phrasing, but a way that feels like we're defending a PhD dissertation about the economy. And
wait, okay, I need y'all to help me out here. I watched a lot of Kamala during the election. You guys watched some of it with me, and I'm assuming some of you guys watched stuff that I didn't. How many of you watched Kamala and said, what the fuck is she talking about? Because you didn't understand the deep economic policy she was getting at. How many of you watched her and was like, I just can't keep up with this amazing economic dissertation she's giving?
It was just too smart for us, Monkey. We're just a bunch of silly Billy dum-dums out here.
Again, I said what the fuck a lot, but it was usually because it was word salad bullshit. Oftentimes contradicting what she said in the very same sentence. Okay.
Right?
You know what I mean, right? No, I don't know what you're talking. What the fuck are you talking about, lady?
Nobody knows what you're saying, lady.
God bless Brett Baer.
Instead of talking about healthcare should be affordable, man, the minimum wage is not as high as it should be. We should be fighting.
Okay. For argument's sake, let's say you should pull out these same fucking tired lines you've used since I've been alive. Did Donald Trump use those talking points? Because he's the one that won, right? I'm not wrong on that.
As far as I know, you are correct.
People weren't saying, hey, give me more money so that I can afford my groceries. They were saying, make my groceries affordable like they were. And while effectively those can be the same thing, you guys refuse to admit they even had a problem. Thank you, Wolfgang. Jack is an agent of OSHA, making sure we stay safe. And thank you for your unpaid work on that, Jack.
Oh yeah, no problem.
He's our
Something to
OSHA
do,
safety officer.
Yeah, I'm our OSHA safety officer. Boy, are you guys in trouble. There's gonna be pit traps all over the place.
Fighting for that. Think, we're on the sandwich generation. I'm in the sandwich generation. What does that sound like and feel like? And it is a moment where figuring out the messaging around that, and not just the messaging, but the messengers, because the messenger is the message,
What?
Well, in fairness, this is what they've done with cancel culture. It doesn't matter what you say. It matters what you said last time.
Oh, I suppose.
You know that stupid ass movie, Amelia Perez or whatever it's called?
Oh, yeah.
Got 13 Oscar nominations. The guy chick who's the lead actress in it, is in a lot of hot water because they made semi-spicy tweets back in the day.
No, not spicy tweets.
No, semi-spicy. They weren't even all that spicy. They weren't dick balls level big balls, dick balls. Fuck. They weren't big balls level of spicy, but they were spicier than the left wants. So they're like, we can't vote for them now. That I do get what she means there. It didn't used to be this way,
Yeah.
Somebody saying something that makes sense, you give them credit for saying something that makes sense. And like, no, it's got to be the right person saying it. Anyway.
Who is delivering this, and are they talking about it in a way that's accessible and real and authentic and passionate? And I don't think we know who that is yet, but that is part of it. And I think, yes, a big opportunity for the Democrats, but one they got to figure out.
But I still think that the message and the messenger are tertiary. I wouldn't even say they're secondary.
What's secondary then? If primary is the policy.
Primary is the policy. Or maybe I'll give you second. No, I'm going to say tertiary. Primary is the diagnosis. Here's what makes it so difficult. Trump's diagnosis about this world is not, I think, insane or far off.
Trump is pretty spot on with it. Wolfgang, thank you. She thinks it's a marketing issue, but bad product. Yeah, that's been the thing. It's not the message. It's the messaging. It's how we're saying it. Look, when we say that Trump is bad for getting rid of waste, and we acknowledge there's a lot of waste, just believe us that we're better people. It's weird to watch. It really is.
Actually agree with a lot of what he says about the system is rigged. I believe that
It's true.
to my core.
Yeah, and that's how a lot of people feel.
So the first part.
Then why aren't you telling the people in your party that to address that?
Why would they want to address it? It works in their favor.
And that's the real reason they don't.
Yeah.
Because it is rigged in their favor.
Part is diagnosis. Second part is remedy. Third part is message. Remedy being principle based on diagnosis. I don't think they've diagnosed this well. I certainly don't think they've created remedy. And sure as shit, then the tertiary part of it, which is messaging, won't align. But the problem that I see is they're still fucking tied up in messaging.
It's not just that they're tied up. I agree with you. Tertiary. Yeah. Okay. I'm down with the tertiary order of events here. Tertiary. Well, I'm going to put the messenger in tertiary as well. And I think you did that too. Just because what I mean by that is if you have somebody who's like, I am for an opportunity agenda, it's like people who are like, I can't pay for my health care are going to recognize they're not feeling it in the same way. That's what I mean.
Nobody rejected. Okay, look, we all made fun of Kamala. But Joe Biden was less articulate than her when he won the presidency. So you can't just lay this on Obama or on Kamala being a bad candidate, which she was, but so was Joe Biden. He won. They're never going to get it because they just can't admit that it's their belief system. That is the problem. You believe in government telling everybody what to do. That's the long and short of it. You won't admit it, but it's what you need to think like I think.
But there far too often it's a messaging problem. It's a communications problem. And then therefore you skip over the things that are harder questions to answer, right? Which is what should be the policy basis of what you're running on, which I think is what you're saying is the primary and secondary. I agree. And I don't know exactly what the basis of that, what that is.
Am I the only one that feels like she's talking because she doesn't remember her point?
No, I'm with you on that.
Jiraiya, thank you. Monkey Jack, here's for the headache. Here's for the headache she's inducing. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That does help.
Is right now for the Democratic Party.
Well, I remember, it was during Clinton's term, and you were probably, by the way, Jen Psaki and I we went to the same college, the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. Jen, when did you graduate?
2000.
So I just missed you.
Barely.
Just barely by just a couple of decades. But
barely.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Maybe this is an act. Starting point. Look dumb. This is not an act. She actually is dumb.
She sounds a lot like a woman trying to convince you why she can't have sex tonight.
I've never had that problem.
Trust me, this is what it sounds like. Well, you see, there's a multitude of reasons. It's very complicated. When she could have just had sex with you and gotten it over with by now.
Yeah, I'm too tired. How long are you gonna take? I'm quick, baby.
Right? Like, do you think this is gonna take more than 10 minutes? Because half of that's just me getting undressed.
Comrade Kitty, thank you. We'll circle back around to that, right? I don't know what John's point is about them going to school together or not together, the same one.
Because they both went to an elite school, so they're better than you.
But so you graduate in 2000. So this is pre that. But in the Clinton era, I can't remember which year it was where he faced Newt Gingrich and the contract with America. It was
94.
One of the midterms, and I can't remember if it was the
94.
first one or second one. They had a contract with America. It was 94, maybe. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh, that is right. Okay.
Matter.
But they had.
Hey, he's trying to get a fact right, and this far into it, I'm just happy.
Happy there's something actually accurate in there.
Can't believe you don't remember that, John. It was literally historic. It was the first time in 48 fucking years that the Republicans took the House and Senate.
Had laid out, and basically the heritage, the policy prescriptions were designed by the Heritage Foundation, and it was all laid out, but it was wildly effective. Mm-hmm. And they took control of the Senate and the House, and they were able to execute certain things, but it was also a brilliant piece of policy.
Yeah.
Actually,
who's writing?
Most of the people who talked about the contract with America never read it.
Yeah.
The one thing that Gingrich did that really helped the Republicans at that point was his policy of not saying just no. Because especially at that time, Republicans had a bad habit of, hey, what do you think of this policy? That just sucks. And they had nothing to offer themselves. And Newt's thing was, hey, don't just say that policy sucks. Follow up with the good policy we have. So just to bring a little historical clarity to that. Most people couldn't tell you what the contract with America said. And if I remember correctly, I think it's 9 out of the 10 things on there got passed. And actually all 10 did, but the court shot down one. They were also preaching a message that people resonated with. So
that, who even knows what that is? Look, government is, when we talk about checks and balances, the founders were brilliant. Oh, Congress and the executive and the judiciary. What they didn't count on is corporate power.
Mm-hmm.
You think the people that dealt with shit like the West Indies Trade Company didn't understand corporate power?
Yeah, the East India Trading Company. It was more powerful than the UK government for a while.
Okay. Well, John, how much would that matter if we stuck to the founders' idea of how big our government should even be? Asking for a history book.
The Democrats have to effectively counter, because that's where we can get value. We subsidize pharmaceutical companies and pay the highest fucking pill prices in forever.
Remind me who all the corporations came out for this time.
Oh, no, we don't want to talk about that.
$20 billion a year, apparently, to oil and gas. Like, what are we fucking doing?
Yeah. Look, and there are some people you've mentioned, like Elizabeth Warren, who do talk about this kind of stuff. I'm not saying she's writing the plans. Yeah, who's writing the plan?
Because she's not smart enough to.
Oh, man, they did. It would be. Wait, did her tribe even have the written word?
They adopted it.
Oh, so they appropriated it
Yes.
from another culture.
I saw.
See what's happening here.
I saw another Indian today bitching about America and how the founders took all their shit and they were doing it in English, which just made me laugh.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who's writing the plans.
Who is it?
The corporations.
Oh, well, I thought it was like, who is
and
it?
the lobbyists. They are.
Yes.
Jen, I'm going to tell you a story.
Hey, John, why don't you bring up that the ACA she was just defending a little while ago was literally written by the insurance companies?
No, we don't talk about that. Because
I
corporate
understand what you're
collusion is only okay if you're a Democrat.
True, yeah. And this is why nobody takes them seriously.
Yeah.
Like, I hate corporations. Look, Bernie Sanders is one of us. You don't hate corporations. It's just some shit you say to make people like Jon Stewart go, oh my God, they're right. Corporations suck. Hey, John, why do we pay so much for pills?
Thing. I thought you were going to tell me some insightful plan you'd seen from somebody who's going to run for something. I was excited for a moment. Go ahead. I know
these people better than I do. I don't know these people.
I may, but you're like, I thought you were going to be like, I saw this great plan. I'm like, great.
Here's what's so.
This is a trick that dumb people do to confuse arguments. She's now like, I thought you were going to give me. He's answered the question. You can move on. How many times do you have to reiterate? I thought you were going to name a single person who writes all the legislation. And he brings up a good point. She's the insider here, not him.
Yeah.
He's a dumbass celebrity. She's the one that's talking about how she was just talking with the governor of a state.
To be fair, she's a dumbass insider, so.
So interesting. On the Republican side, the synchronicity between the thing.
Synchronicity.
We got to start talking about bilocation and portals to other dimensions next.
Fuck.
Synchronicity.
And the politicians and the billionaire donors, right? And the media arm, they work together. It is the circle of life. It is the Lion King. They understand that. Like, it's
Who's Simba?
Trump.
Simba's Rupert.
Oh, fuck.
Trump is Simba because he's our dear leader now.
He's getting ready to say Rupert Murdoch. I
Yes,
heard
he is.
Rup.
Yep. You knew that was coming. Come on. They got to blame the Cokes haven't come up yet, but Rupert Murdoch definitely is on the tip of his tongue right now.
I'm not saying he's wrong. One, think tanks, their whole job is to get messaging out there. It's what they do. But he's saying this is that the Republicans do this, and the media and the corporations and the think tanks and the politicians are all in lockstep. John, have you heard the word chaos lately?
Well, based on his tiny hat, there's one group he can't blame.
Have you heard the term co-president lately?
No, that's what? That's just what are you talking about? Don't be silly.
Obama literally had meetings with the press to tell them the Obama administration, not him specifically, but the administration, to tell them what they should cover for that week, and they did it. He's acting like the Democrats just they don't have that same kind of cohesive message. Really? How many motherfuckers said brat?
Yeah, it's amazing how they like to compare Trump to Hitler, but you just described something that Hitler would absolutely do.
Right?
Tell the press what to say for the week.
And it is literally what Obama did.
Yeah. Him and Stalin. Real quick though, thank you, Wolfgang Deo Tariff Man. What is the issue with drug prices? Are we subsidizing it for other countries? Is that how Canada has cheaper healthcare? No, they just have inferior healthcare. Let's start forcing other countries to pay more for our drugs. We sell them, and how our healthcare turns out better and cheaper. No, just we have a higher survival rate, and that's why prices are up. Plus, we have frivolous lawsuits against doctors that are allowed.
Part of what they said is true, because our companies come up with these drugs, and we give them a certain amount of time to recover their research and development costs.
Yeah.
And other countries don't give them that. And like these are the prices we pay here. And so Americans pay more to subsidize those same drugs being life-saving around the world. But yes, a lot of it is things like desperately needing tort reform. You got a pill that made you swell up just a little bit. Now you're a millionaire. Anyway, back to John pretending that the Democrats don't have a even more effective system of a synchronicity between all these different groups. Seriously, I saw old ladies saying brat. Get fucked.
They understand that. Like, it's
Who's Simba?
Simba's Rupert Murdoch, unfortunately.
Oh, I didn't say Mike Johnson.
No, he's
Could
sweet.
be.
He's a little sweet-faced boy. I mean, Donald Trump was giving a press conference. Rupert Murdoch was sitting next to him, and he's like, hey, the Wall Street Journal wrote some shit about me, but we'll take care of that. Rupert Murdoch said in a meeting, it was released in those documents after the Fox lawsuit, we need to do everything we can to help Donald Trump. Like, this is absolute corrupt. That it gets us back to the thing.
Okay. Let's grant that's true. You're talking to somebody who works for MSNBC right now, who literally gave her a job as soon as she stopped working for, who was it? Oh yeah, Biden, or whoever was pulling the strings.
Now, Monkey, let's not look into how much money MSNBC may or may not have gotten from USAID.
Like, this is how the fucking world works. And yet somehow you're connected. You were the press secretary in Biden's thing. You worked for Obama. You worked at the State Department. You understand that. You're now at MSNBC. None of these people are talking to each other. And
none of these people are talking to each other.
Right.
I just want to remind you what I said a moment ago. Obama literally told the press what to cover for the week. Nobody, so they all just, in an act of coincidental synchronicity, started using the term brat or chaos or co-president or democracy. All of that, it was just coincidental timing that they all had that same thought at the same fucking time. John, you're not this dumb.
Talk like this, Monkey, is what causes constitutional crisis.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. It does. Fuck me.
Working together in any way.
Well,
the entirety of the press didn't come out and be like, Kamala's the best candidate ever.
Nope. Not once.
You didn't have members of the media that after she failed in her bid said she ran a perfect campaign.
Well, she did. Obviously, Trump cheated.
Well, yeah, because we think the other side is really messed up. I mean, look, but it.
Oh. They are just too principled to have politicians, think tanks, corporations, and media all working together.
They're just better people, Monkey.
They're just
you
better.
Don't understand.
They would never do that.
I don't know how you could even suggest something like that. These are very, very moral people.
I can't believe the bitch had the nerve to say that.
They're the best among us.
All right.
It's also how the world is working, which I think is a huge problem that Democrats need to be clear and aware of. I mean, Hannity was like...
You had Chris Wallace debating Trump in 2020 for Joe Biden. What world does she live in?
It's a magical land.
Like meeting with the Republican caucus. There's more and more and more examples of what you're talking about.
Yes. And it seems very effective, but also effective in that they're creating policies. Now, I don't
mean to do a whataboutism, but his argument is that the Republicans are doing this well and the Democrats aren't. The Republicans got the idea from the Democrats.
Shh, we don't talk about that.
Fox News came into existence because all of the media was so left-wing that Rupert Murdoch said, I bet I could make money having actually decent news.
We don't talk about that.
How many left-leaning news organizations have bashed Fox News for being conservative?
Isn't that pretty much Brian Stelter's entire career?
It's 100% his. It's why he was hired.
Yeah, it's like why Media Matters was founded.
like a lot of them, and I think they're lying about a lot of them, but they've certainly created a machine. And nobody is building that machine, as far as I can tell. And even
dude, you run a comedy show that's nothing but pushing lefty talking points. What are you talking about, asshole? Jiraiya, thank you. She lives in Pakistan. I like that. In Pakistan. Thought it was funny. It is funny.
That is funny.
within the media, you know, Rupert Murdoch and then Roger Ailes, and now I don't know who's running, but they run it with a really clear mandate. You're at MSNBC. Do they come to you every day and go, here's what we think is important to preserve and fight for whatever?
Yes. Or more accurately, they don't have to. They literally hired Biden's mouthpiece. Hey, do they come and tell you to keep saying the same shit you've been saying?
It's more of a suggestion than more of a guideline than a rule.
Monkey missed a super chat. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on a second. Thank you so much, Wolfgang. Juice, I always know that OJ did it. It's the juice. I was actually talking to somebody the other day who was kind of ambivalent on whether OJ did it. I'm like, stop. Just stop.
Why are you lying to yourself? You know he did it.
I don't want to think that low of your intelligence. Please quit.
No, everybody gets a zillion press releases and pitch calls, but no.
No. I'm talking about.
You get pitch calls, but they don't tell you what they want you to push. Huh. Weird. I must misunderstand what the term pitch call means.
I mean, clearly you did.
The head of it.
Oh, no.
And again, literally Obama was telling reporters what to say. Democrats don't got nothing like this.
I hear what you're saying, but we're going to conveniently ignore that in favor of what they're saying. That we're just too honorable to stoop to such lows.
After Donald Trump wins in 2016, Google the company had a meeting. All of them where their executives got up there and promised we won't let this happen again. You had executives of Google crying. But hey, Rupert Murdoch said he has to help Trump win. What do you think is more influential, Google or Rupert Murdoch?
Google.
Google literally tells me what to look at when I go looking for something.
Yeah, and they actually can say what we're allowed to say and not say on here.
Wolfgang, thank you. What is truth? OJ didn't do it clearly. Glove. Yeah.
And let's not forget, what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me
Fucking
no
hate
more.
that song. Yeah, I fucking hate that song. I forgot what we were talking about with these two idiots. She looks mad in this. Grr. Grr.
She's about to shift into her werewolf form.
You determine, we determine, each of us for our shows, here's what I'm going to cover today, and here's what I'm going to talk about, and here's what I think is important, which there's an independence-ish of that. And there also is,
I dare you for the next month to only run pro-Trump stories.
That's not going to happen.
I dare you.
You're not waiting to be told what to say about anything. You're going to say what you think. So people can trust that. And that is.
If I knew nothing else about you except for this interview, I would know that I could not trust what you have to say.
How can you say such things, Monkey? She seems like a perfectly honest, reasonable person.
Jesus Christ. You can trust because I'm saying what I believe.
It's a good thing.
Right.
See, I disagree with that. I think it's not that you're able to be independent. It's that you're then a prisoner purely to the minute by minutes. Purely
You mean
to
in terms of ratings?
the ratings, incentives, and all those other things. If you don't have the ideological component, right, then you don't have a governing authority of editorial authority, right? The greatest trick Roger Ailes ever played was he delegitimized editorial authority while exercising absolute steel trapdoor editorial authority.
The greatest thing he did, because it led them to be an arm piece, a mouthpiece of the right wing.
It led them to be exactly what he wanted.
You work for MSNBC, whore. Oh my God. All right.
Wanted it to be, which is an effective expression of his worldview.
And MSNBC.
I don't know much about Ailes. I really don't. But when it comes to like what made Fox popular, it wasn't just repeating whatever Republican talking points were. It was that even if they were repeating Republican talking points, it wasn't the same exact news that could be heard literally word for word on every other channel.
Yeah.
Murdoch's greatest coup with Fox was recognizing the blatant bias of the media and taking advantage of it. He went, this is so clearly left-wing. Ted Turner, head of CNN at the time, damn near communist as you can get without being a card-carrying member.
True.
And that was the biggest news station around. They went from a small thing, and yes, the Iraq War helped, but that legitimized them, and people were like, this is all the same shit on every channel. You literally have reporters reporting on stories and using as a source a reporter from another news company who is also using a reporter from yet a different news source to all say the same goddamn thing. And even if you think Fox just came out horribly right-wing, which they never did, yes, Hannity is.
Yeah, their commentators were right-wing. The news itself,
not so much.
Yeah.
And I pointed this out about Tucker, who was their most popular guy until they fired him. He was not right wing. He wasn't. Look it up. The guy's got damn near communist leanings. He was just willing to point at. It's very much the way that the anti-SJWs did. The ones who are all lefty now. Just point at the retards and laugh at them, because that was lucrative at the time.
Yeah.
And you can't actually look at Fox News and go, they came out and were just a right-wing talking point. Compared to the rest of the media, sure. But you still had the rest of the media. And at the time, ABC, NBC, CBS were still massive news pushers. And all of them said the same exact things. He made a right-wing news organization. That's literally the rest of the media, just on the left side. Pretending that this is a failing of them, that they're just not getting the message all the same because these guys give each other memos of what to talk about. Bullshit. I've been following the media way too long for me to believe that crap.
I am unburdened.
Go ahead, bud.
Thank you, Wolfgang Deo, a Democrat. Yo, these people are professional liars, politicians. They clearly talked beforehand and then wanted to perform a show. I think they are happy that Trump won, and the issue was the woke extreme left. These guys are dealing with the Antifa idiots. Yeah, well, they still like making money. So, yeah, on that hand, they are really happy Trump won, and they're going to play it up like he's this big super fascist that they're all terrified of. But let's be honest, a lot of them are just doing it for the money, but there are political ideologues in there. Like Rachel Maddow, I think is a true believer.
Well, something happened. You're not wrong about Rachel Maddow, and actually Jen Psaki is, and I believe all of these people are true believers. But something happened that validated a nonsense conclusion the media came to a long time ago. I remember when George Bush is running against Al Gore, and there was a popular talking point that if Bush won, Rush Limbaugh would go away because he'd have nothing left to talk about.
That didn't happen.
It didn't. Actually, it got more popular.
Yeah.
You have a similar kind of thing happen in 2020 where you see a bunch of these right-wing news sources absolutely blow up as the election is coming. And they never took into account that a lot of that is the same reason that the video game industry blew up. You had people bored at home who were not allowed to leave their homes. And as soon as people were allowed not to watch that shit anymore, they were like, I'm not watching that shit anymore.
Yeah.
There was interest in the election, and yes, you had some pissed off people who were blaming Trump for everything, and it did help them a lot, and then it died out. And they're not going to get it back just because Trump's elected again, because they didn't have it in 2017 or 2018 or 2019. It was 2020. So they've kind of forced into reality what they thought was going to happen with Rush Limbaugh, and over the Biden years, they had nothing to talk about. But it wasn't just talking about Trump, because they continued to talk about Trump the whole time. They just didn't have a captive audience anymore.
Burdened by not having, I can share whatever I think. I have obviously worked in Democratic politics for 20 years. I don't hide anything about that. It is
She can share whatever she thinks. It's just a coincidence that she happens to agree with them all. Wolfgang, thank you. I have never voted for a winning candidate, LOL. There's lots of people who've never voted who can say the same thing.
That's
progressively
It's true.
leaning network. But nobody is, to the frustration at times of many elected Democrats, it is not a mouthpiece of the Democratic Party.
Name one thing the Democrats wanted you to talk about that you didn't. Give me that example. I'd love to hear it. They might have called up and said, hey, we want you to talk about this. And you said, we talked about that last night. But there's no way that they called up and like, we really think this is an important topic. And you went, I disagree with you on that. Ain't no fucking way, Jenny.
I don't want it to be a mouthpiece of the Democratic Party, but I do think it can stand for something more coherent.
Jack, can you remind me of the liberal news networks who before, well, fuck it, even after Joe Biden's horrible debate performance were saying that there was cognitive issues there?
No, I don't think I can.
And be more effective in its execution of that by doing so.
And what do you?
Oh God. Oh. All right, we're done with this because I do need to go to bed. But one last time. It's not the messaging. It's the message. There was nothing that Kamala went out there and said that the press didn't repeat or try to fix for her because she fucked it all up. The entirety, even in some cases, Fox News was doing this. They were all she's so great. She's so wonderful. Look how smart she is. She's the most qualified candidate ever. There were people who said that shit. It's not
Poor monkey. He's not going to bed tonight. No, he's gonna be laying in bed going, damn it, I want to bitch about this more.
Oh no, when I lay down and my brain turns off, I'm ready for bed. I don't lay in bed and when this show's over, I will not think about this again until the next time for some reason it comes up on the show. The idea that they just couldn't get their message out is fucking stupid.
Just shows how delusional they are. Let's be honest. Most lefties didn't learn a fucking thing from this election.
Thank you, Wolfgang. But you just started the stream. It's DTS, no bed. No, I got shit I have to do tomorrow. Sorry, bud. I want them to remain delusional like this because communism should never be allowed in my country.
I agree. It's a failed ideology that has never remotely worked, and it never will. It's not possible for it to work.
Their belief, and it's such an arrogant belief. It's not our message. It's the way we said it. It's not. We heard the message. It was a bad message. And it wasn't just that it was a bad messenger. It was absolutely a bad messenger. But she was delivering a bad message. Her most populist thing, Jack, was, I'm going to give you $25,000 for your first new house. Because that's what everybody was thinking about. They weren't thinking, hey, I can't afford my groceries. They were thinking, I really want to have $25,000 for a house that I'm going to get foreclosed on because I can't fucking afford it. The left has painted themselves into a unenviable position of having to defend the most horrible shit. You guys have come out in favor of mutilating children, killing them in many millions of cases, of defending pedophiles because they came from a different country without permission to be here. That's not a problem with the way you're saying it. It's a problem with what you're saying.
Yeah, they are standing up for the most degenerate and monstrous people among us.
Yeah,
and somehow thinking that's a good stance.
Here, Jen, you're a communications expert. You were literally the mouthpiece for a president. How do you put, I don't think child rapists who don't belong in this country should be removed, in a good way?
Yeah, how do you square that circle?
Help me out with that, because I feel like I'm a pretty good rhetorical person, that rhetoric is one of my strong suits. And I can't think of a good way to say that.
Yeah, that's a tough sell.
The closest you guys have come to that was, hey, You wouldn't let us abort this baby from the rapist.
Yeah, of a 10-year-old. What?
It's not the messaging, it's the message. And please, please, please don't learn that lesson. Because I don't want you guys to. Well, I guess if they change their message, if they were like, you know what, we were wrong, we shouldn't be mutilating kids. I could get on board with that. As long
They're
as
never going to learn that lesson.
No, because to them, oh, I see oppression, I have to be for it. I saw today, Jack. There was an attack in England. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, whatever. But this news lady, she came onto Twitter and said, the attack was horrible. Something like 29 people got attacked. I don't know if there've been deaths or how bad the attack was.
Damn.
But she said, my thoughts go out to the victims. And if she'd stopped there, I'd have been like, that's nice. But then she goes on to say, the UK has a problem with how they portray Muslims. It was a Muslim attacker, by the way.
Oh, of course it was.
When you can't just give your thoughts or prayers or positive vibes to the victims, and you have to stand up for a violent fucking religion that just had another one of their members hurt a bunch of people, it's the message, not the messaging. Okay?
Yeah.
It's the message, not the messaging. Your first response to a horrible thing shouldn't be, I hope the perpetrators are okay.
I hope nobody said anything mean to them.
Oh, fuck. Anyway. Man, that was frustrating to watch.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's frustrating because, one, I do know Jon Stewart's smarter than that. But even more importantly, they seem to be deluded. Like, I get why they think men and women can switch sexes if they honestly thought everything they said there was true. They're just delusional people in general. The idea that the left doesn't have a cohesive messaging machine, are you out of your fucking mind? Goddamn. Joe Scarborough literally said 3 weeks before that debate, Joe Biden is the most cogent he's ever been.
Dead entrance says what?
In his mid-80s. Sure, why not? Because at the time they were pushing back against the notion that he was, cognitively impaired. The stuff we had evidence for the last 5 fucking years. Shariah, thank you so very much. John was trying to guide her to a better message. He was, but the problem is that even him, in his guidance, he was lying. The idea that if you take that last part, right? Essentially, what he is saying is that in order to beat the Republicans, you have to be like them. You have to have these are the 4 things he mentioned: your think tanks, your politicians, your media, and shit, I forgot the other one. But you need to have all 4 of these things working together. All 4 of those things are working together for the Democrats. It's how we got shit like DEI. It's why you have Soros prosecutors who let rapists go to, get out of jail and kill people. They have had control of everything for so long that they don't even recognize that they did. Because they honestly believe that they're just telling the truth, not that they are spreading their propaganda. And those are 2 entirely different things. You can tell the truth and it be propaganda. That is possible, Jack.
Sure. And you can inflate things a little bit, massage it just a bit. So yeah, I mean, truth can absolutely be propaganda.
But what they've done is so diluted themselves with the shit they say. Like, Trump is Hitler. Trump is Hitler. He's co-presiding. Because we all remember Hitler's co-president, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was famous for it. That's just science or something.
They're so deluded in their thinking that they honestly believe that their bullshit is the truth. And it's one thing if you know you're bullshitting people, because then you're just a bullshit artist, Jack. And I actually have a little respect for that.
Yeah, I mean, I could get behind that.
I have no respect for delusion. And if I'm to take those two at their word, they're both delusional.
Yeah.
They have no sense of reality. The notion that the media, we couldn't get the message out. Fuck you. That might be the funniest thing I've heard all day. They just can't get our message out. Except on every news channel and in every newspaper.
Well, yeah, I mean, how could they possibly get their message out when they control 95% of the media?
And that includes, I mean, because, they're all like, oh, Zuckerberg has become one of Trump's disciples now. Okay, let's say that's true. He wasn't before the election.
Yeah.
Jiraiya, thank you. Suppose me and John was trying to rebrand bad ideas. No, I get what you're saying, and you're not wrong, except for the problem is it's not rebranding in this case that's their issue. You can rebrand bad shit. We saw DEI is literally just affirmative action, which was decided long ago by the courts was illegal in almost all cases, except for some reason on college campuses and in the government. But so they were like, oh, not only of the courts, but public opinion is turned away from this race and sex-based hiring. How about we call it DEI instead? And it worked for a little while. But Democrats are still operating under a system where they do control the news cycle. And to an effect, they still do for the most part. But social media has changed that. And we've seen that slowly working over the years to the point where even Kamala, I mean, the whole reason we had the brat thing was because that was supposed to be a viral social media thing. So they understand the power of social media, but much like talk radio, they don't understand why it's effective.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you that.
They try. Air America is one of the funniest things. I can't believe nobody's ever made a movie about how bad that was.
Yeah.
Air America was supposed to be, they launched a whole ass 24/7 radio station to compete with just Rush Limbaugh.
Boy, did that backfire.
It did, because they thought all you have to do is get on the air and talk. And the truth about most democratic ideas is if you talk about them too much, you realize how dumb they are. They might sound good on paper, but if you put any thought into them, they're like a Facebook meme. It's like, oh, that sounds great. And then you actually look into it like, that's actually kind of stupid. That's in fact really stupid.
The more detail you get about their plans, the dumber they sound.
Yes. So they do not understand why social media works. It's why you have like there was a congressman the other day, Jack, who a representative, right? Not senator. Yeah, Representative Cohen, who is bashing Twitter in a committee meeting and tells people to go to Blue Sky, which can't be legal. That is an endorsement from a congressperson. He should have to make some kind of record of him working for them.
Oh, you would think so.
But they think if you just make a Facebook clone where all of them get together to agree with each other, it will have the same impact that Twitter does. No. The reason Twitter has the impact that it does right now and did in this election was because of how many people were allowed to speak their fucking mind.
Ooh, can't have that.
Thank you, Wolfgang. I'm so fucking retarded. Poke, poke, poke. Okay. Maybe Monkey forgot. I mean, he is forgetful. What did I forget?
Oh, well, you don't remember. That's the problem.
I don't know what it is.
It's because you forgot.
I don't think he can think of a song. Oh, are you talking about what for the end of the show? You guys,
Maybe they referenced a song or something.
You guys don't actually think I put a lot of thought into those songs, do you?
Or any. I mean, come on.
You forgot to go to bed. I didn't forget to go to bed. There's a reason you're not looking at Jon Stewart right now. But oftentimes I have things to say. Hey, fuck, this show exists because I had things to say after the other show was over.
That's true.
That's literally how this show started. There was a topic. I don't remember what it was, but within the confines of the show we did on Lords of the Night, there was just not enough to get all of my thoughts out. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going to make another stream. And here we are, what, 6 years later?
Oh, at least, yeah.
Alan, thank you so much. He says, morning, Monkey. Good morning, Alan. Hope you're well, my friend.
Morning,
but on
Alan.
that, I do think I am going to go crawl into bed, Jack, and hopefully my cat won't try to kill me again because last night hurt like fuck. So, real quick, Jiraiya, thank you. Monkey, one more so you get Mrs. Monkey something nice. That's very kind. Thank you. My bedroom does not have a lot of spare room in it, Jack. We have a king-size bed in a room that was probably never supposed to have anything bigger than a queen.
Oh, yeah, that's a problem.
There's also a dresser that takes up one whole wall and an armoire that when I walk to my side of the bed, I have just enough room for my body. So what I normally do is I go in there. It's dark most of the time I go into bed. I find the end of the bed and I put my right thigh up against it and just walk along it so I know where the bed is and I don't trip and hurt myself. Well, as I'm going to do that last night, Phoebe decides to run right next to the right side of me, which pushed me over slightly, and I wasn't paying attention, and I go to take a step, and my foot hits something on the left. There's we have a little footstool in there too that actually belongs in this room, but I put in there one day, and I don't remember why, and I've never moved it back. And so my foot hits that really hard and tripped me, and I start to fall, and trying to save myself, I reach out for the end of the bed and completely miss. And
I've done that.
It turns me sideways and my back just went straight against the foot rail.
Ooh.
Yeah. And Lady Monkey goes, "What are you doing?"
Not are you okay, but what are you doing?
A sleeping Lady Monkey is not something you want to fuck with. Just go back to bed, baby. It's fine. Yeah. So then I go to crawl into bed, and Phoebe has put herself in a position that makes it really hard for me to get in there.
Yeah, of course, because she already tried to murder you, and when that didn't work, well, I'm taking his side of the bed.
Oh my god, that cat last night. It's a good thing she's cute, but I'm hoping that I don't get a repeat of that because that fucking hurt, dude. Although I bet if somebody had taped it, it would have looked funny as shit.
Probably.
Because I know I flailed a little bit. You know how you do when you fall.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially if you're trying to grab for something. You flail slightly, and then you're like, look determined, and then you just face plant, and you feel like an idiot.
Yeah, you look like somebody dropped Stephen Hawking, and he wasn't expecting it. Your arms just crooked. Like, anyway.
just kind of drift around like a T-Rex.
If Monkey has stuff to do, it means he isn't snowed in. That's not true. We're getting ready for our third snowstorm, Jack, in the course of 7 days.
Oof.
Yeah.
We mostly had ice. We were supposed to get some snow, but we mostly just got freezing rain and sleet.
I'll take the snow over freezing rain and sleet and ice every day because ice is dangerous.
Oh, absolutely. And it's so difficult to get out of the way. Real fast, though. Thank you, Alan, who says, "Hello, Jack." Hi, Alan. Hope you're doing well, man.
Go move the footstool. Here's the thing. The only time I think about moving that footstool is when I kick it in the dark. And that's a bad time to move it.
The lesson there is you should Yeah, I mean, you should probably write yourself a note or something, or tell Lady
Well-
Monkey to tell you to do it.
Here's the thing. It sits right next to the armoire I was talking about. So if I stop kicking that, I'm gonna be that is nice and it's cushioned and there's fabric all over it. I'm gonna be kicking just the wood of the armoire from now on when I move that thing. Because I'm not gonna get better at walking.
That's a fair point.
It's actually probably better to have it there right now just for my own safety. But I forget what I was talking about. Let's go to bed. Guys, thanks for coming and hanging out with us tonight. Thank you so much for the donation. You guys are awesome. Fucking love you. And I want to say this. Jack, I don't often look at how many people watch the full shows. But with having 5 days off before the last show, I was like, I wonder how bad that hurt us. And honestly, it doesn't seem to. Please understand, guys, that I understand how rare it is what you do for me. I don't know of another channel that can pull the shit we do and get away with it.
Yeah.
From streaming at whatever fucking time of day I decide to, maybe I'm not streaming at all, and you guys show up time after time after time. I appreciate you, and I do understand how rare that is, and I thank you for it.
We easily have the best audience in the world.
Far.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. And you put up with a lot of crap from us. Even when you disagree with us or agree with us, you put up with a lot of shit that comes out of our mouths.
Oh, yeah. Jack, anything you want to show?
Yeah, there is a channel on the YouTubes that is going to be posting some new content soon. And I can't say that it needs the watch hours, but I think it's worth checking out. It may or may not be related to me in any way.
Fair enough. Check it out, guys. Go watch as much as you're willing to watch. Wolfgang, thank you. You are fun to hang with. That's the secret sauce. Maybe that's it. I'm just.
Well, we try. We try and keep up with chat as much as possible and interact with you guys.
It's amazing to me how few. Well, it depends on the kind of content, but especially in the political sphere, it's amazing how many people don't interact with their audience.
It's shocking, actually. If you look at, especially on the left, they have a real problem with ignoring their chats. And I don't understand that because our chat makes great points and they're pretty funny. So I don't understand ignoring people that are interacting with you or trying to.
Wolfgang, thank you. FBI, open up. No, I'm not answering questions, or I'm not listening to you guys today.
You got a warrant?
Right. I'm going to need to see a badge.
Gonna need to see some ID. Names and badge numbers, please. Am I being detained?
There was somebody I watched.
But thank you guys.
Real quick. There's somebody I watched the other day, and I went to say something in there. Not a big channel. I went to say something in their chat and realized they had it on subscriber only. And like, you are not big enough to be subscriber only, you fucking shitbag.
Right? That's for like people like Medicare or somebody that their chat just flies by.
And you can even slow down your chat. There's tools to do that built into YouTube.
Yeah, it's almost like they got the message that some people wanted slow chat.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm sorry I stepped on you there.
It's all right. I was just going to thank everybody for the donations. It's greatly appreciated. All the tips you give us and all the support in general, whether it's, watching the show or buying something from our Teespring stores linked below, or whatever you guys do. We appreciate you helping us out.
I feel like the end of this has gone on long enough, so we're just going to wrap up. Jack, a pleasure as always, my friend.
I'm always glad to be here.
Everybody take care of yourselves. Good chance no show tomorrow, just for the record. It's up in the air right now, but don't expect it. Just be happy if it happens. Take care of yourselves. We love you. We'll see you next time.
Bye, everybody.
That sounded way more depressed than I am. Thank you, Wolfgang, who says, ban dihydrogen monoxide. It's in rocket exhaust. It's in so many horrible things.